The following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
Racing the way it's meant to be all season long. 2 divisions, nearly 3,000 laps of the closest, toughest short track racing you'll see anywhere. Every pass, every fender rub, every bump and run, every emotion. Winners race here and stars are born here. This is pure stock car racing. It's the Z-Max Cars Tour, and it's next right here on FloRacing.
A beautiful Saturday afternoon in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where for the 10th time in its history, the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear is hosted here in Thornburg, Virginia at the Dominion Raceway. So happy you could be joining us on, again, what is a gorgeous Saturday afternoon for short track racing. I'm Blake McCandless. I'll be joined alongside today by Scott Shive, and of course we'll have Adam Wellbrock down in the pits covering everything down there, gathering all of the stories. And Scott, this is one of the more unique venues that we come to. It's a place that these Cars Tour competitors, as well as a number of local drivers that we have in the field, are very familiar with. But the one theme when it comes to this place is speed. And that's why it's a favorite for so many race fans that come out and pack this place every year.
Speed is going to be the name of the game. You can see 86 degrees outside, and it feels even hotter than that, near 100 degrees. Got a little bit of wind, 5 miles an hour. You can get that. We just saw that beautiful shot of the American flag. You can see a little bit of wind blowing. So awesome there in turn 2. But there's definitely, weather has been the talk of the weekend. It has been really hot yesterday and today in practice, and a lot of drivers have talked about after qualifying the race, the track will change as it gets cooler.
And the one word I heard a lot during practice yesterday was greasy, was probably the #1 word that we heard describing this place yesterday, where it was a little bit hotter. Also, we had a number of showers come in late last night and washed all the rubber off the racetrack that had been laid down. But of course, we got the schedule for everybody coming up tonight here for the Minis Mission 125. Late model stock car qualifying coming up in just shy of 10 minutes or so. Then we have an autograph session where these fans here at the racetrack will get to meet and interact with all of these drivers. A very special opening ceremony here for the Minis Mission 125, followed by what everybody's here to see, that is racing with America Racer Twins taking place, some local competition here at Dominion, as well as the Minis Mission 125 for the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, late model stocks. And although we are here to take in the great spectacle that we all love racing, Scott, the one thing about this weekend, it's the 4th edition of this being a Minis Mission 125 burn rubber to help one another event. And this weekend, because of that, yes, racing is what we all come to see, but there's a more important purpose to this weekend, and it's something that everybody in this pit area really enjoys and looks forward to every year.
I think so much of our team as well has spoken so much about how recently it has affected everybody in such a positive way here at the track, being able to do the Minis Mission 125. As you can see, we're at Dominion Raceway, of course, like you said, for the 4th year with this Minis Mission 125. Opened in 2016, so this is only the 11th season of racing for Dominion Raceway. So one of the newer oval tracks within the Commonwealth of Virginia. 4/10 of a mile oval and 14 degrees of banking. So like you said, a lot of speed for the Minis Mission 125.
And again, that's a lot when we talk about the oval that's here. There's a whole venue. There's a road course.
There's a road course around us.
There's a drag strip. There's a lot going on here at Dominion Raceway, and entertainment is very properly named. And speaking of the Minis Mission 125, why don't we hear from the driver that is back with us here today, and of course, the inspiration behind this entire event, Minnie Tyrell, standing by with Adam Wellbrock.
Thanks, guys. Down here with the defending winner of this race, Minnie Tyrell. And gosh, I imagine nobody's more excited to be here than you, not just because you're the defending winner, but because of everything going on. How's the weekend been so far, my friend?
Yeah, the weekend's been amazing. It's always a good time to come back with the Car Store and do the Minis Mission 125 here. It's our 4th straight year, which I'm so proud to be here and do that and host all of our wonderful guests here. So had a great time today. Got to give all the kids some rides in the race cars, and I think if you looked all around, everybody was smiling. So it's been an excellent weekend so far, and we just got to get out there. And I love being at Dominion. It's my favorite track, and I have so much fun here. So excited for tonight.
Now the real question is, let's get down to business. You're the defending winner. Does that add pressure, take away pressure coming into the weekend? Where do you stand as far as the pressure to get it done?
Yeah, I feel like there's always pressure in this job. You know, it's you always want to perform, you want to succeed, you want to win, and you know, obviously doing it like we did last year. I always tell everybody, don't take these car store wins for granted, because they're so hard to win. You know, you always cherish those moments and being in victory lane. And last year was super special. So if I've got the car to do it and the opportunity to be up front and do it again, that'd be another dream weekend completed.
Let's see if the driver can do it. Minnie going to roll off for qualifying here in a few minutes, and driver 81's fired up, guys.
He is very fired up, and I got to talk with Minnie yesterday again during practice, and just really appreciates the opportunity again. This whole excursion into the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series was very new for him, somewhat unexpected, but he loves his team. He loves being able to come out with his father's team, Timmy Tyrell Racing, loves his guys, and even though it's on a part-time basis this year, there's a great appreciation for being able to come back and do what he's loved and been doing it for so long, especially here in this series.
Nothing like coming back to the team that you've known for so long. We're going to step aside, but qualifying coming up in just a few moments.
There you see the driver that will be first to roll off in qualifying here in just a couple of moments. Back with the car store, we talked about Minnie Tyrell being back with the tour. How about another colleague racing driver that'll be representing Dodge out here tonight, Brendan Queen, who, by the way, he knows a thing or two about not only sitting on the pole at this race, but ending up in Cookout victory lane here. He's done it before. He led all 125 laps the last time that he ran a car store race here at this racetrack.
Well, I think it's crazy to say as well, he has not been in a late model stock car in 11 months. His last race was the Hampton Heat last year in 2025, where he finished third, but he hasn't raced since then. And before that, he hadn't raced since the end of his championship season. So he said this is just like riding a bike.
It is, and another driver that's going to try to take it to him. We know these two have had somewhat of a rivalry over the last couple of years, to put it mildly. That is Connor Hall, defending winner here in the Cars Tour. Did it at Langley a couple of weeks ago with his car that had a Nelson Motorsports 12 on the side. This is more of a Nelson Motorsports prepared entry that he'll have. He goes out third in qualifying, so again, a lot of heavy hitters, and when we were looking at practice times, a lot of these fast drivers will go out very early, which we think may be a little bit of a disadvantage. So it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out. But again, coming to this racetrack for this race weekend for a very important purpose, and that is the Minis Mission 125, Burn Rubber to Help Another. It's a community-driven partnership dedicated to fueling joy and easing the financial burden for families battling childhood illness and disabilities. And perhaps one of the best examples of that is with this driver we were just talking about, Brendan, Chesapeake, Virginia, the best repair company in Cummins Dodge now for Lee Pulliam Performance, taken to the racetrack. Be sure to watch his time because he was the only driver to get down into the 14-second bracket earlier today. But the Anderson family has a family that they've been partnered with for the weekend to be able to take around, show what it's like to be a Cars Tour driver. Their guest, Landon, who has been with Brendan for the last couple of years, again, is a survivor of cancer and now has an interest in to go to school to perhaps get into engineering. And again, a lot of that love was fueled by his initial exposure out here to the Cars Tour and late model style racing. So we'll see how that goes as Butterbean comes around and will complete his qualifying time. So we'll get that time too. Is at 15:281, so about 3/10 of a slowdown for Brendan Queen.
London McKenzie up next in the number 95 Performance Property Lumber and Supply Chevrolet. He's from Asheboro, North Carolina, and he's had some great runs here as of recently, but has not been able to finish out the job. Was running top 3 in Langley when he spun after contact with the 88 of Doug Barnes Jr. This is the place where he could qualify well. If he could come across the line here well, maybe he could hold that track position to the end of the day. It's a 15.454, so 2/10 slower than Brendan Queen. Track definitely slowed down from what we saw in practice, Blake.
That it did. Again, we saw Queen go out and ran a 14.9 earlier. In fact, 2 years ago, he set a Cars Tour record, a big slide out of turn number 2 for the driver at the number 12 Nelson Motorsports Chevrolet, the PPG machine here for Connor Hall. Back with Nelson Motorsports, brought his own car to Langley, coming out here to Dominion with one of their prepared cars, and we saw that big slide. The stopwatch is 6:69 for Connor Hall, looking to go back-to-back and has run very well at this racetrack in the past. Second lap, second fastest for Connor Hall, a 3:73, the new lap for car number 12.
Mason Bailey in the 05 Alpha Sports Firewall, Deep a novel in the glass skies with McKay Capital Partners Chevrolet. It's been really up and down season for him. Had the best finish of the season at Southern National Motorsports Park. Then didn't even make the race at Wake County Speedway, one of his absolute best tracks. But he's been a regular competitor here at Dominion Raceway. Has a couple of race wins here. Plenty of wins. But how can he qualify today? He's hoping for a top 10 run, coming across the line for the second time. That time is best with a 15.429, currently third.
And that's a trend. Oh man, another big slide out of Mason Diaz, car number 41, the Prince William Marina Sign Shop and TSS Services Chevrolet, the house car for Pitchstock Racing Enterprises and their chassis machine out of Manassas, Virginia. A little bit of a home race here for car number 41, who lost it a little coming off of turn 4 to his lap, but a 5:07, I think, considering that, shows a amount of speed in it. But Mason run well here in the past, has his best finish at 7th and 8th in a couple, calling 5 Cars Tour starts here, and second lap for Diaz. We talked about the trend of cars kind of going out and running their fastest lap on lap 1. You'll see that a lot as another big slide out of turn 4 for the driver of the 45.
Track definitely looser than it was earlier. This is Brady Penny in the Penny Motorsports on-road starters and Pinocchio Electrical Services Chevrolet. He made his Cars Tour debut at Southern National at the beginning of the season, but had electrical problems. He left the battery on, the fans on, and so the battery ran dead. They were not able to start it back, but he's also a regular competitor currently in the regular divisions in their late model division at Dominion Raceway. But Penny just wants to try to get a top 15 today. Across the line this second time. It's a little bit better, but it's 6th on the board. 15.584, the 6 that have gone out already.
These drivers have a handful right now, and I think we'll see that a lot in this qualifying session. Again, a lot of these teams talk about getting these tires up to temperature and how low that these cars are to the racetrack before the air tank is built up. There's a really big bump. You'll see it as the drivers kind of get onto the back straightaway out of turn 2. That can really upset the car. They use every bit of space. You can see Brian Henderson here, car number 16 for R&S Race Cars. Nearly got the lead off in turn number 4. Henderson, a little bit of experience in the NASCAR Rally Auto Parts Series and a handful of starts in the Yard Series as well, going in car 16. Third different driver they've seen this season. And Brian Henderson, 7th fastest of the 7 cars we've seen. So the 15-2 by Brendan Queen right now, looking really good despite how much slower they had in practice earlier today.
Looking good through the first 7 cars right now. Here's number 8. This is the 44 of Connor Jones, Carroll Speed Shop, IBCI, and Jones Utility and Construction Chevrolet. We talked about hardships at Langley. Well, they felt the worst.
Yeah, they want to forget that weekend ever happened.
We want to be rebounded here in second lap for Connor Jones. He is tremendously a 15.35.4. It is going to go for second.
And that is big for Connor Jones. Again, this is you can consider it a hometown race. Fredericksburg, just north of
the
here.
road.
Yeah, in Dominion. So a big race for that Carroll Speed Shop. After it was a tough outing at Langley a couple of weeks ago. As here's the defending Z-Max Cars Tour champion in the late model stocks. His first lap goes to second. It's car number 29, the Rent Source and Our Trade Chevrolet for Landon Lewis out of Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. Was really confident in what they had, improving. In fact, he improves 1,000th of a second to still stay in second place. Was looking for a little more. They've run really good at a lot of high grip racetracks. This is where they're looking for a little bit more.
Only 2 drivers of the 9 that have gone out have not improved on their second lap. Is looking to improve overall. This is the sophomore season for Carson Lofton, but you'll notice it is a very different look for him. He's now with the Mike Darn Racing team. He was with Nelson Motorsports for a very long time. They decided to split ways. Lofton has felt really good about this. He's wanted a veteran on the pit box. He feels he has that with Mike Darn. He's looked good this weekend. He'll only be down that time in 4th with a 15.352, so a decent lap time for the 20.
And again, that's one of those that he's going to feel like he left some on the table. You can see him correcting the car out of turn 4, and he barely ran slower than his first lap. And this is a driver, this is a team that had a collar season, and that was the going 2 years ago when he ran full-time. It's the same case this year. Trayton Lapsovich out of Grimsby, Ontario, Canada for Chad Bryant Racing, the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship and all rims 77 for Trayton Lapsovich. It doesn't seem to matter where he starts. He's going to find a way to be around at the end of his races. And Lapsovich is going to improve up to 9th. But again, another race where he may have his work cut out for him.
Speaking of drivers having their work cut out for them, Jace Hale. We talk about up and down seasons. He's had one as well in that number 15 is trying to get the finish was 2 weeks ago at Langley, so they have been improving so far. But that Hale Construction and Concrete North Inc. Ford Mustang, they want to have a better run of it. From Manteca, California, Jace Hale, initial Cars Tour West Pro Late Model champion 1 year ago, trying to make his way in the late model stock car world. Number 15, that time will not be able to improve. He'll stay 9th with a 15.524.
And a big story for this driver coming out of turn number 4. He tied Deke McCaskill all-time in terms of Z-Max Cars Tour starts. That Brandon Pierce out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina will officially become the Iron Man of the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Start number 113, has done it for a number of different teams over the years. Carroll Speed Shop, and now most recently Kevin Powell Speedway Motorsports and their initial full-time venture into the Z-Max Cars Tour. Good for 8th, and he'll stay there. Just goes a bit slower on the stopwatch on his second lap.
This driver out in the number 7, we've normally seen Aiden King as the second entry with the Matt Piercy Racing Group, but it's Elio Meza this weekend in the Alessandro number 7 from Houston, Texas. This is a road course ringer that actually won the regular season championship 1 year ago in the NASCAR Mexico Series, so he does have oval experience. He's got 3+ wins this year in the Trans Am TA2. Plenty of drivers come out of there, like Brent Cruz as well as Tristan McKee, who have raced with us before, but he's making his way on the oval. Number 7 will go to 7th with a 15.411.
It's a really solid lap there, and again, as the leaderboard continues to populate, Something we bring up every single week, how close this field is from top to bottom. You continue to driver out of Claremont, North Carolina, the Texas Roadhouse, High Rock Vodka, and Josh Sellers Chevrolet. The second Carroll Speed Shop entry is piloted by none other than Landon Huffman, who does have some experience. This is his second start here at Dominion Raceway. Ran with Nelson Motorsports in 2023. He finished 13th back in that race. He's 11th right now, and he's going to stay there after his second lap in a 15.5.11.
Parker Reitman up next in number 4, the other Matt Piercing Racing entry with the Med Adventures Chevrolet from Wilson, North Carolina. He's only had one top 5 so far this season. He had such a great run. He was so strong, but it was a late race restart. Caden Quapple was able to get the best of that number 4. First lap for him, 15.478. That'll put him 10th so far, just under 2 tenths off Brendan Queen. This time for his second lap, he would love a little bit better track position this time for the 4. Let's see how it is. He is going to go better. Wow, 15.298. The only other 2 besides your current provisional pole sitter, Brendan Queen.
So Parker Eatman up to second, comes up 17 one-thousandths of a second shy of taking over the Heatwave visual pole. That spot by Brendan Queen. Here's a driver. He was busy yesterday running in the ARCA Menard Series at Pocono Raceway. Made the flight over here and back down here to Dominion for another driver out of the Lee Pulliam Performance stable. It is Carson Unify Me and J-Star Capital Chevrolet of New London, North Carolina. First lap for Brown was outside the top 10. Second lap is good for pole. Carson Brown, a 15.228. Currently sits on the provisional pole. So Lee Pulliam Performance occupies the top 2 spots here at Dominion.
Chase Burrow, the other Racing, Medic Corporation, and Victory Custom Trailers for Mustang. He's a regular at Langley, got his first career win in the Z-Max Cars Tour 1 year ago at Langley. Had a pretty decent run 2 weeks ago. He's been top 6 in the 2 Langley so far in their regular divisions, but he's 5th in points currently in his number 5 Hettinger car, and let's see how we can do in qualifying so far. He's 8th on that second lap, a 15.42 for Chase Burrow.
Yeah, smack dab in the middle of the field in terms of cars that have gone out. Here's another car, Nice Motorsports again. This is a Connor Hall crew chief. Matt Gould, the DQS and JF Electric Chevrolet. Matt Gould out of Lexington, North Carolina, was the winner this week of a free set of tires courtesy of Keen Parts and CorvetteParts.net. Appreciation program here in the Cars Tour. A driver every week or a team will get a free set of tires. That goes a pretty long way in helping these race teams. As Matt Gould, looks like it's going to be a 13th fastest lap time for him. The 5.02 in his second lap was not quicker than his first.
Donovan Strauss, number 51, next driver up. You may recognize that 51. It is the Kyle Busch style number 51. Strauss has run the 98 through the first 4 races, but 2 weeks ago at Langley, he 51 on and said, we're going to run this for the rest of the season. So that AK Performance, Liberty in a Can, Q Dollar, DSQ, and JF Electric Chevrolet will be adorned with that 51 for the rest of the season. But Donovan Strauss coming off a fast finish of the season so far, and look right now in qualifying outside of the top 10.
And his second lap is going to be an improvement, but it's only going to go up to 17th for the young driver also in his sophomore season. Is that in Donovan Strauss, as you'll hear a little bit of the crowd get engaged here at Dominion Raceway for this driver, who is the defending winner of his own race. This is Minnie Tyrell, the number 81, Jesus is Lord Carnage Performance Exhaust and Gateway Shell Dodge. And the first lap for Minnie Tyrell is 3rd fastest. If he can improve here, he just needs to find 59 1/1000 thousandths of a second to go to pole. Across the start-finish line, he's nearly going to match the first lap that he ran, but it's not going to be faster. Remember, Tyrell, he won from 11th last year. He was the first driver outside of a top 10 starting spot to win here at Dominion. Right now, he's third quickest.
Well, he'll be starting way better than he did last year. We already saw what he could do with that, Blake. Another driver, we talk about veterans, we talk about Brandon Pierce breaking the start record this season. This is a driver who feels like he's been a veteran for so long. Make his 79th start today. 500 laps left with one career win. Chad McCumbee, we've seen him strong in this race before. His last podium was this race 1 year ago. It was a third place. He'll go 8th with a 15.354.
Yeah, and he runs nearly 2 identical lap times. Going to be a solid start for what was definitely his best race over the course of the last 2 seasons. As we welcome the Junior Motorsports Chevrolet, the Turkey Boys, an LKN mechanical machine driven by Mooresville, North Carolina's Caden Quapple. Pro Late Model Championship he was able to garner a couple of years ago, and looking to follow brother Carson and in this ride as well. First lap, 10th fastest for Caden Quapple at a 386, just a couple of hundred pick up on the stopwatch, but again, Quapple unable to go faster on lap 2.
Up next, the 22 Nelson Motorsports Town Bank and Autos by Nelson Toyota. It's not Carson Lofton any longer, it is Jared Fryer. He hasn't raced with us since Caraway. His best finish of the season so far, with 6th that he did at Southern National Motorsports Park as well. But this driver, he's won here before at Dominion back in 2017, but we've seen him here and there in 2026. Obviously, he came out of the track here in 2025 with just 7 starts. He won 3 times and didn't finish off the podium. This number 22, it's outside the top 10 for Jared Fryer. It's back in 16th.
16th fastest for car number 22, and already we've clicked off 24 different drivers. This will be the final driver to go out in qualifying here this afternoon. By the way, he's looking to continue a streak of Heatwave Visual Pole Awards. He won it at Langley a couple weeks ago, and this is a track he is more than capable of doing it at here tonight. First lap for Doug Barnes Jr., going to be 11th fastest at 397. Coming off for turn 4, looking for a little bit of a pickup to put him closer to the top 5 and perhaps a second consecutive pole. He is going to go better, but it's only 9th fastest as Doug Barnes Jr. wraps it up here in qualifying. 25 cars out, and for the second consecutive week in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, we have a brand new addition to the Polo Winner Club. It is Carson Brown with his first career Heatwave Visual Pole Award in car number 5. And how about Lee Pulliam Performance bringing the speed out here? Both cars sitting on the front row and doing so in dominant fashion.
Some might say even bringing the heat with that Heatwave Visual Pole
there you
Award.
go.
Carson Brown, they'll make up the first 2 rows. But Brown, what a weekend already. Finished 3rd at Pocono yesterday. Didn't practice at all, obviously, because he was in Pennsylvania. Comes out today, is 3rd fastest in his first practice of the day, and now goes up to the top of the boards with pole. He'll be starting to the inside of his teammate in Brendan Queen, but you said it, Lee Pulliam Performance. What a day.
Yeah, this is an area of the country that that team, we expect them to run fast. And again, you think about the tracks that a couple years ago that we saw, not only that 03 car, but the second car that they would run would always be strong at. It was a lot of these high grip racetracks, and continuing that trend here at this very high banked and high speed Dominion Raceway here with Carson Brown, who again had a bit of a stint a couple of years ago in this series. He ran enough races in 2023 that he's not eligible for the RPM Trailer Sales Rookie of the Year, but it kind of treats this as his first rookie full-time season here in the Cars Tour. He's done it in super late models. Now he gets a pole award in the late model stocks, and we'll chat with him as Adam Welbrock is standing by with our pole winner.
That's right, guys. Another first-time pole winner. Carson, it's been a great, maybe 2 weeks for you. A great run at Langley, great run at Pocono for PRG, and now here you are on the pole. Seems like you're just building momentum. Does that match with how you're feeling?
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm trying to do at least. And yeah, really glad to be back here at Dominion and to race Pocono yesterday and come back here and run a really fast lap there in qualifying. Just kind of have to put all the puzzle pieces together there for the race, and should be okay.
How does it feel missing yesterday and coming and still putting it on the pole? That's got to be a great feeling for you.
Yeah, for sure. My LPP guys were working hard at this thing, and it's kind of sad to see it sitting here yesterday all alone, but I'm glad we could make it fast for today.
We couldn't talk car owner LP to get in the race car at all?
No, he might be a little washed up at the moment.
Carson Brown celebrating a first career pole. Driver 5 will lead us off later today, Blake.
Fun little joke there. Again, I think we've seen earlier for what Lee's been able to accomplish behind the wheel, even over the last year, that he may resent that comment just a little bit.
Maybe. Hey, he was second at Southern National Motorsports Park. Nearly won if it wasn't for that late caution.
Yeah, so a pair of trophies for Carson Brown, being able to win the Heatwave Visual Pole Award here at Dominion Raceway. Brendan Queen, as we mentioned, his Lee Pulliam Performance teammate in second. Manny Tyrell, Parker Eatman, Landon Lewis round out your top 5. With Connor Jones, Carson Lofton, Chad McCumbee, Doug Barnes Jr., and Connor Hall, your 10 fastest qualifiers. We'll be back from Dominion right after this, the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Qualifying just wrapped up here at Dominion Raceway. The Heatwave Visual Pole Award goes to Carson Brown. And if you're watching tonight's race live on the FloRacing 24/7 channel, we'd love to welcome you to our coverage. This is an exclusive look at the kind of action FloRacing streams all year long between dirt, pavement, drag racing, and everything in between. You can scan the QR code on your screen now or visit floracing.com to access thousands of races live and on demand. again, we appreciate everybody tuning in and the additional coverage that we have tonight for FloRacing's coverage of the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear Minis Mission 125. As you can see the cars starting to line up here for the autograph session on the front straightaway in qualifying order with Chad McCumbee at the front of the field. We will get into that a little bit later today, but right now we're going to take a look back. Top 5 that are parking right now on the front straightaway in qualifying, including this driver that we weren't so sure when we talked to him yesterday. He maybe thought that a top 5 was possible or so, but clearly the differences and the speed that he thought that they found yesterday in practice showed up today in qualifying.
He says, man, we do so good at the low grip racetracks, and then we come to places like South Boston and right here at Dominion Raceway, we just feel like we can't find it, and he worked on it so well. Parker Eatman, he seemed confident this weekend, and he wanted to do well. He's done well in 4th with a great starting spot. Same with Minnie Tyrell.
Yeah, Parker Eatman, again, high-speed racetracks. You think about Nashville Fairgrounds coming up short of that win. Minnie Tyrell running on a part-time basis with us here. And how about this driver? Can never ride him out, especially when he's starting at the front of the field. Brendan Queen, multi-time winner, and if anything, looking to join Connor Hall, who just scored his 8th career win. He has the opportunity to do so tonight, as well as a driver still looking for that first trip to Cookout Victory Lane in Carson Brown.
Got his first pole. Maybe tonight could be the night for the first trip to Cookout Victory Lane in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. He also leads your current rookie standings with the RPM Trailer Sales rookie standings. He's having a little chat. All 3 of them having a little chat. The teammates and the I guess it's a teammate triangle kind of there.
Yeah, well, you know, I love seeing the hand motions and everything, because Minnie looked like he was turning something that maybe looked like he was a little bit tight, or he was having to really crank the wheel to try to get that car turned, which I've watched some onboards of Minnie Tyrell over the years, and the steering box that he runs, he does have to put a lot of his effort into turning that wheel. He likes kind of a bigger steering box, and being able to kind of wheel that race car around is something that is very fun to see. And plenty of fans that are standing by here at Dominion Raceway. Again, it's a hot one right now with qualifying going on, but a lot of them coming out of the bar that's downstairs, the bar and grill that's here at the racetrack. Was just walking up past it maybe 10 minutes or so before we went live. That place was packed. Everybody was having a good time. The families that we have out here, race fans that have joined us, and I think they're taking in a little AC right now before being able to go down there for the autograph session. More coverage here from Dominion coming up. We're going to take a look back at some races past, which I don't think you'll want to miss as we get ready for the Minis Mission 125 tonight at Dominion. as Minnie Tyrell will start off the Minis Mission 125. Sit back and enjoy this one from Dominion. And already a cleaner start than what we had into, oh, trouble on the back straightaway. Tate Fogelman, Landon Pimbleton is involved. Cade Brown gets tagged as well, running third in the championship points. And the caution flag is out on lap number 1. And green flag back out at Dominion.
Tight racing up front as Minnie Tyrell has jumped out to the lead. And right in front of Connor Jones, with Jones right in his tire tracks as they come off of 4 for lap 1. And then Connor Jones in the 44, about 4 or 5 car lengths back. And the caution flag out now as we have completed 45 laps of racing here in the Mini Mission 125 from Dominion Raceway for the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear.
Just now pulling off of the pit lane as he'll try to join him in the iRacing restart zone. Green flag out. Minnie Tyrell with a better launch on the outside. It's allowed Chad McCumbee to try and run up along the door of Connor Jones. This is the battle for second. And right now McCumbee, who has had a very fast race car and seemed to really get strong as that last run. And in all trouble on the front straightaway. Caden Quapple, Connor Waddell as they spin off of turn 4. Yep, you can see that 32 spun around, and Lofton behind this battle appears he had nowhere to go. Perhaps it may have been a little contact with Ronnie Bassett Jr. Strauss gets part of it as well. Brandon Pierce, what a great job he did.
And green flag back in the air. A lot better restart for Connor Jones this time as he was able to stay to the outside of that 81 to see if he could hold that position. McCumbee again making the inside line work for the 16.
And again, Connor Jones, we heard that last time, was talking about how he was just kind of riding around. He thinks he has something to try and challenge Minnie Tyrell at the end of this race, and Laney Bice looking to try and make up a spot on Chad McCumbee. You can see Connor Hall, he's tried it the last couple of laps, set that car up in 3 and 4 to get the drive off, but just unable to do it at the moment. Oh, but that may help. A little bit of contact off at turn 2, and Honeycutt going to jump to the top side 3 wide with Laney Bice.
Honeycutt now it's 3 wide, and Laney Bice falling all the way back as Tristan McKee also taking advantage of those drivers looking for real estate around this racetrack. So Tristan McKee moves up a position, and that drops Laney Bice back 3 spot here at Dominion. And the yellow flag has come out. So the competition caution once again, and it goes fast, Blake.
Let's see who can do it as Minnie Tyrell will bring us back into the iRacing restart zone, back underway at Dominion. Oh, and trouble on the restart. Heavy damage for Donovan Strauss, who can barely see out his windshield, but we stay green flag. Daniel Silvestri has a major problem on the back straightaway as well. He's slowing off the pace.
Yeah, slow, and to the point where he's going to come onto pit road here in just a moment. It looks like, well, maybe he's going to get back up to speed. So Silvestri keeps going. And now Hall looks to the inside, but still side by side for the lead. Out on top, Connor Jones on the inside, contact made. Minnie Tyrell hanging on to it. That opens the door for the 16 of McCumbee. McCumbee now taking second away.
Meanwhile, there was contact behind between Caden Honeycutt and Landon Lewis. Buddy Isles Jr., who tried to make some adjustments, didn't time coming back out on the racetrack, and he's put on the apron to try to let the rest of the field go by. And in fact, he's going to pull it into the pits.
Connor Hall running in that 4th spot, but maybe not for long. He looks to the inside of Jones.
Connor Hall inside of Connor Jones. We know he's going to make that job very difficult on that 88 car to try and get by. There's been a little bit of contact in doing so as Landon Lewis just behind him gets another shot from Caden Honeycutt as they went down into turn number 1.
Cream continuing to rise to the top as we see Connor Hall and Landon Lewis running up here inside the top 5 now. The top 2 in the point standings looking strong toward the end of this race.
Connor Hall finally able to complete that pass. He'll get a little bit of a bump from Connor Jones, but it's not going to upset that 88 car. He'll give him a nice little courtesy wave.
The caution coming out
Oh, it stopped just at the very inside of turn 3. Hard to see from our vantage point. We had mentioned it a couple of laps ago that Donovan Strauss got a piece of that wreck, and you could see just how that nose is completely caved in. Through the iRacing restart zone, back underway, 23 laps to go.
Very clean restart for the front row as McCumbee able to stay right on the outside of that 81 of Mini Tyrell.
Strauss able to get back on the track, but he'll pull it onto the apron. Tyrell still has the lead off of 4. Oh, they're beating doors. They're 3 wide as they head down into 1.
And
Connor Jones
goes that 44 of Connor Jones.
Through the iRacing restart zone yet again.
Great restart for McCumbee. This time on the outside. Down the backstretch they go. McCumbee with the advantage. Can he take the lead away?
Mini Tyrell trying to fight on the bottom, but McCumbee has the advantage on the top side. That's the first lap that has not been led by Mini Tyrell all night long. They're still side by side for the lead.
McCumbee so strong on the outside. Can he do it again through 3 and 4? Here comes Mini Tyrell on the inside. They are side by side, door to door. Once again, McCumbee has the advantage when they cross the stripe.
And this is why these fans love Dominion Raceway. 20 laps to go. They've settled it out behind them, but they are still side by side for the race lead. McCumbee not saving anymore as he will still come around turn 4 and lead it at the stripe, but cannot get clear down to the bottom in 1 and 2.
Mini Tyrell, a great entrance to turn number 1 there. Now he has the advantage down the backstretch. Can he do it again through 3 and 4? Right along that inside line, he takes the lead back. McCumbee back to second.
And you can see his hands. He's got those white gloves. He's counter steering off of turn 4, but Chad McCumbee, what a great corner he put together. Is he going to be able to get to the inside of Mini Tyrell? He'll take a peek, but not quite yet in 3.
Here comes Connor Hall. Don't count him out yet in that 88 as well. He has joined the top 2 for a fight for the lead here as we have under 17 laps to go.
They have completely pulled away. They're side by side behind them for 4th. Here comes Connor Hall looking for 2nd, and this is exactly what Mini Tyrell wants to see in his rearview mirror.
Mini Tyrell out in front has a 3-car length advantage. Hall clears McCumbee and takes 2nd away, and it was an easy pass for Connor Hall. They're looking at him right now. If he can't continue, he stops. The caution comes out. We're going to have a restart with 6 to go.
And the lap that Brandon Pierce moves into the top 10, I don't see any damage, but it looks like it may be a right front flat. Mini Tyrell and now Connor Hall looking to go back to victory lane yet again in 2025. Green flag is out and they are side by side, but off at 2. Give it to Mini Tyrell with 7 laps to go.
Really quick, he was able to take that top spot, and we see McCumbee looking to the inside now of Connor Hall. We'll see if he's got something with those little bit cooler tires after that caution. Laney Weiss on the outside in the 3 trying to make the move, as is the 7 of Tristan McKee. And on the backstretch, 2 cars, the 57 and the 5, got into the wall off of turn number 2. They continue to roll. Let's see if they're able to get off the racetrack without a caution.
So Huffman dragging that thing around, but he is on the apron, so they will stay green. With 5 laps to go, he had gotten his way all the way up into almost the 6th position, and this is going to hurt his championship fight for now. 4 to go to settle it. Mini Tyrell, Connor Hall has not let him drive away, though. In fact, Hall was faster that last time by.
Laps continue to wind down, under 4. They're coming up on 3 to go. And flagman Brandon Willard has grabbed the checkered flag. He's got it in his hand. He's got the white flag in his hand as well, as we're getting close to the final laps of this race. And what a race it has been for Mini Tyrell and Mini's mission, the 125.
2 to go. That last time by, they were nearly dead even between each of these 2 competitors, as Mini Tyrell looking to go to victory lane for the 2nd time this season. If he comes back around to see the white flag, he has just 1 more trip to do it, and he'll get it. 1 lap left for Mini Tyrell to try to close the deal here at Dominion. He said prior to the race, all I want to do is for these families to have a good time, but he's going to have the best time. Mini's mission is complete tonight. He'll win at Dominion.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dominion Raceway. We're live for the Minis Mission 125, the 4th rendition of this event here at Dominion Raceway. Adam Welbrock down here with you in the pit lane. We're going to go down and chat with some of our stars here for the ZMAX Cars Tour here tonight and just see who we can run into. It is a beautiful day here in Spotsylvania, Virginia. We're in the middle of the crowd. The fans are out in full force, ready to see their favorite drivers. We're going to go down here and see if we can talk to the 2024 Series champion for late model stocks, Brendan Butterbean Queen, who signed some autographs. Excuse me, guys. Let me walk in here and chat with the man who has won a season title in late model stocks. Brendan, back with us for the first time in over a year, buddy. How has it been getting reacclimated to this late model?
It's like riding a bike, man. You know, it was such a big part of my life and my career, obviously, to help get me to the next level. And it took about 5 laps to get back up to speed and be top of the board there. And, you know, obviously would have loved to have hung on and got the pole there, but happy a LPP teammate got it, and I think it's going to be a good race tonight. Happy to be back. Happy to see all the fans. A little bit of B Nation out here tonight, close to home, so it's really cool.
You told me you were a little worried about going first out, but it wasn't too bad. You held off 24 competitors. Not a bad going there. You feeling better about things now?
Yeah, you know, I think that rubber, for whatever, made me super, super loose that I hadn't felt all day. So I knew that was probably my disadvantage of going out first. But hey, I don't make excuses. We just didn't get the pole. We'll go to work here in the race, and at least we're on the front row.
He's looking for his second win here at Dominion. That's 2024 late model stock champ, Brendan Butterbean Queen. We're going to sneak through here. Excuse me, guys. We're going to see who we can run into further down here in the pit lane. Fans taking pictures, sharing some conversations with their heroes, and we're going to sneak through the crowd. What's up, everybody? We're having a good time here at Dominion. Everybody's fired up for some late model stock action. We'll see if we can chat here with Landon Lewis, driver 29, signing some autographs for some young folks here in the pit lane. And they're getting a chance to meet perhaps their new favorite driver here in the number 29 Chevrolet. Landon, a great run at Langley and a decent qualifying effort. How are you feeling about tonight?
Yeah, honestly, way better than what we were yesterday. We struggled a lot, and honestly, we've struggled at places like this in the past, but I feel like today we've kind of got on the right foot and started to make progress, which people can say it's too late, but I'm also happy that we've made progress, and I feel like qualifying one spot better this year than we did last year, I think that's only going to help us, and we're inside the top 5. So the racetrack went through a lot of change there between practice and qualifying with the rubber difference, but I feel like we adapted as well as we needed to. Obviously, a little bit better would have been nice, but I think we got a solid race car.
Something that's different for today is the limiteds are going to run before you guys with the different rubber. Is that something that concerns you guys, or do you feel like you're on top of it?
Well, I mean, we all thought that the racetrack wasn't going to change as much as it did in qualifying, and it did. So honestly, I think it's very unknown what's going to happen and what's going to do. But us as drivers, we have to adapt to it. So that's what we're here to do, and we're going to try to do the best we can and try to take this 29 KHI Rensource R-Trade Chevrolet to the front.
They're looking for another win this season. It's been a successful outing for Landon Lewis, and he's going to get back to signing some autographs for these lucky fans who are here. And we're going to keep making our way down the pit lane here and see who we can find. We've got Connor Jones signing some autographs. Carson Lofton is down here. See if we can get a chance to chat with driver 20, new for this weekend. A new ride, but still great speed for the young man. And we'll see if we can get a word with him. Carson, new team for you this weekend, but a lot of confidence, it seems. How do you assess your chances here this evening?
Yeah, Mike and all the guys have done a really good job. It's been really fun working with them. I've been learning a lot. We got some speed, so really looking forward to the race here. You know, we qualified 7th. Feel like we got a really good race run car, so hopefully we can drive to the front.
You've been really excited to get to work with Mike Darn now. How confident are you in your chances to maybe get one tonight? How would that feel?
Yeah, definitely probably one of the most confident I've been going into a race in a while, so I feel really good about it. Hopefully we can drive to the front.
We'll see if they can do it. Driver 20 is ready to get after it here, and we're going to go just next door and chat with the most recent pole winner here in the ZMAX Cars Tour, signing some autographs for some fans. Going to get a picture taken and pose. There we go. Air Doug in the number 88 Chevrolet, my friend. And, man, the most recent pole winner here in the ZMAX Cars Tour obviously didn't have the finish you wanted, and I'm sure you guys are ready to bounce back for tonight. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I was feeling a little better until qualifying happened. I felt like we were a top 3 car easily, and then I don't know if it was the limiteds and they put down American Racer rubber or something like that, and it slowed the track down, or if it just slowed down that much. I don't know, but not satisfied with where we qualified. But, it's a long 125-lap race, so we've done crazier with less laps. So, especially here, we've got a lot of experience here. So if there's one place I would want to start not where I want, it would be here.
Yeah, this is a track that really seems to suit you. How excited are you to be here at Dominion and probably have a good shot to win tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I love any time I can come back here. See, it used to be my home track, but now outside of Nashville, it's my farthest track. But every time I come back here, it's like riding a bike. Like, I overthink it, I do my research, and then I'm like, every time I get back in the seat, I'm like, okay, I've been here before, you know what I mean? So it's comfortable. I try and be as consistent as I can, and, I feel like it's a good advantage to have, especially when come race time.
Certainly feel like he's a driver to watch. Driver 88 going to try and get it done here this season. Would be the first win for driver 88. We're going to go down here and talk to somebody that's already won this season. Driver 12 for the second week in a row is back with us with Nelson Motorsports. New colors on the car, but not new to Nelson Motorsports, but new to Connor this season, who ran the blue car here, or actually at Langley just a couple weeks ago, was able to pick up the win. And now he's going to try to get after it here for 2 in a row with Nelson Motorsports, as he's going to sign this gentleman's hat and sharing some good conversation down here in the fan zone, we'll call it. Getting a chance to chat with the fans and a handshake. Connor, how great would it feel to go back-to-back, man? Same team, little different car, but I know you're really looking forward to getting after it tonight.
Oh, I mean, back-to-back would obviously be super cool. We're kind of just trying to notebook this thing. We have a couple more in mind this year that we're trying to maybe put together and run, but it's been a trying weekend for us. We didn't really unload the best, but I joked this is about our third and a half setup that we've put on this thing, and I think we finally started to hit on something a little bit. Wish if we could have made the progress we made yesterday, it would have probably put us in a better spot for today. But that and a little error on my part for qualifying, I think, cost us 2-3 spots. So anything we can do to pick up what we can right when the green flag drops is obviously going to help.
Well, there's certainly going to be one to watch. That's driver 12 looking for 2 in a row with Nelson Motorsports here at Dominion. And Connor's already a winner here at this racetrack, so he knows how to get it done. And with the momentum from Langley, why not him? Let's go down here and talk to driver 5 for Hettinger Racing. Chase Burrow, what's up, my man? How you doing? Ready to get after it here at Dominion, and we'll see what the old number 5 team has in store. How excited are you for tonight?
We're really excited. I think we got a really good race car. We had good speed all day, all weekend, really, and we screwed up a little bit in qualifying, but like I said, I think we got a really good race car, and hopefully we can drive to the front.
You guys have been really good at the flat tracks like Langley. How different is it racing at a place like Dominion where it's so banked?
Oh, it's totally different. It's a whole different mindset. You got to go into it like with a different goal. But yeah, we like I said, I think we got a really good race car, and hopefully we can drive to the front.
Looking to have put on a strong run. That's the Hettinger Racing team. Chase Burrow ready to get after it. P4 in points. Race fans, that's going to do it for you right now. We're going to toss the break, but we'll be right back with more from Dominion Raceway right after this.
as we will have our sound gear sound check. Lead us to green from Hampton, Virginia. Barnes comes around to lead the opening lap of the race, but I don't know how much longer Connor Hall's going to have to wait if he wants to be a little bit patient sitting in that third position. Matt Gould, the car that he crew chiefs right now, is stuck on the outside, and you know, at Langley we have seen moves, we've seen passes for the win on the high side, but it's not too often that we see that.
Yeah, not this early in the race as well. That's a tough road to hoe in that top lane, and it's showing for the 4 cars. Now London McKenzie in the 95 inside of Matt Gould for that third spot. Carson Brown trying to follow McKenzie through, and just behind him, that's Landon Lewis, who said, I got a hole, I'm getting out of this top lane. Falls in behind Brown as they just about touch there in turn 1. But Gould's doing a good job hanging on to that spot as they touch.
Oh, a big save by Gould. The rest of the field reacts. Lewis is going to go all the way down to the apron, nearly into the grass to try to make the pass 3 wide. Gould still hanging on to the spot. Brown may have some right front fender damage, and Lewis going to be the beneficiary of it. Oh, they get squeezed behind him 3 wide as Lofton has to check up, and Riley Music gives him some space in the 47. I don't think I've seen 3 wide this much at Langley in the first 40 laps.
Oh, Strauss gets in the wall. He may have a problem. Strauss up the track and into the wall.
The iRacing restart zone. Doug Barnes Jr. Connor Hall get us back going. A little bit of a slip there from Doug Barnes on the bottom, and Hall may be able to take the lead from the top side of the racetrack. We've seen this before, and he's going to be able to do it in turn 3. New leader off of turn 4, and the fans, well, they're going to let him know if they love him or hate him. Connor Hall to the lead here at Langley.
There was a lot of clapping, a lot of fist bumps, also a couple of fingers pointed in whatever direction you want to let your imagination run with. Is that pace going to suffice for the competition? Landon Lewis gave him a little bit of a warning shot 2 laps ago. We'll see if he decides to do it again, because he may want to get going, and here he comes for the lead off 2.
Landon Lewis looking to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Connor Hall going to try to dive back. Oh, he tries to cross him over, saves the race car as he cut across the nose of Doug Barnes Jr.
77. They started 15th and 16th respectively. Remember at Southern National, it was 29th and 30th. There's contact there. Burrows sideways and around.
And first time we've seen a leader on the top side of the racetrack as we go off into 1 and 2. McKenzie, a little bit of a slip up on the restart. Connor Hall fighting to try to take the lead away, and he'll do it off of turn 2.
Boy, Hall sent that car off into turn 1 to clear Lewis by the time he got off the second corner. Top side, bottom side, doesn't matter. Connor Hall back to the lead with Lewis to second. Oh, trouble, turn 3. Connor Jones is backed into the wall. The driver, who is third in points, got tagged going into third corner, and he has shortened up the backside of that race car.
It's leading us back to green through the iRacing restart zone. A good launch for that 12 car. Lewis going to try to fend him off for the top side as they go into 1 and 2.
Boy, Hall's car just turned so good in the middle of 1 and 2.
Oh!
Contact there. Lewis tried to get back in line, and that was almost a major accident in the battle for the lead.
That could have been really bad because, like you said, he just wanted to get back down in line to protect from Doug Barnes Jr. And if he's a couple of feet, if he's a foot forward, that's a right rear going into 3. That could have been bad.
And inside the top 10, Landon Eshoff is. We got trouble behind him. Around goes Ryan Matthews. Matt Gould is spun as well. Oh, man, and Gould just got ran into by Connor Jones, who was at the tail end of the pack.
Through the iRacing restart zone, back underway at Langley. Lewis going to try to hold down Hall, not going to be able to do it. New leader into turn 3. It is Connor Hall again. Lewis drives it into the center to try to get to him, but Connor Hall just too strong. McKenzie thinks, well, I'm on the top side and I'm able to keep up here. You should let me go. And then Barnes is thinking, you're on the outside, I'm on the inside. Where are you going? But McKenzie may just be able to pull him into turn 1, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it. Wow.
From one Carson to another, Lofton just gave a shot to Brown. Now Lofton gets checked up there in the 22 car.
Going to try to do the same. You can see the same thing as they get down into 1 so deep. It's so easy for them to get on the brakes, get that car sideways. Oh, look. Lofton gets hit into the corner. He's still trying to save it through turns 3 and 4.
How about Quapple trying to get a 2-for-1 with Lapcevich right in the tire tracks. Unfortunately, he can't make gun points if you're behind the points leader, as now Quapple and Lofton start to ping-pong off one another.
Lofton got hit on entry. He got hit in the center of the corner. He's still wheeling it. He gets hit again and still trying to hold on to that car on the top side. Oh, that's big. He was able to clear both of them. They're side by side in front of Landon Lewis.
Trouble turn 2. Landon Huffman gets turned around as the leaders arrive on the scene.
And Landon Lewis on the outside into the iRacing restart zone again. Back underway. Hall first back to the line. 16 laps left to be completed, and Connor Hall strong off of 2. He'll look for the lead, and he's got it.
Turn 4, Connor Jones goes for a slide. Caution is out.
And that is the last thing that Connor Hall wanted to see, as he had stretched out his lead by over a second already in just a couple of laps. We're ready for a shootout here at Langley through the iRacing restart zone. Lewis with a nose in front as they head down to 1 and 2 contact. Lewis up the track. Here comes London McKenzie looking to try to take the lead 3 wide. Lewis into the fence. He tries to cut back down. Hall escapes. Lewis gets tagged.
If this race stays green, Connor Hall may be gone. Double wide throughout the whole field behind him. McKenzie and Lewis touch again in turn 1.
Field is cheering on Connor Hall that last time by. 4 to go. Lewis slips up off the corner. McKenzie giving the fight for second.
Trouble turn 2.
Landon Huffman around again off of turn 2. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis through the iRacing restart zone. Back underway to finish this one off here at Langley. Hall looking for the race lead off of turn number 2. Lewis hanging tough though on the outside. Is he going to try to cross him over? Can't quite do it. Hall is there off of turn 4. Give it to the 12th car. 4 to go.
Now that Lewis has fallen back in the tire tracks, what is he going to do? McKenzie up into the door of Barnes. Now Quapple looking low to try to get to a podium spot. Hall cleared to the lead by about 2 car lengths over Lewis, while they're side by side for 3rd on back.
And Connor Hall is just praying, please get me out of trouble. McKenzie spins back up into the field, and Brandon Pierce and Mason Bailey tag the 95.
Boy, McKenzie was fighting and fighting and fighting for 3rd off of turn number 4, and he bounced off the left rear tire of Doug Barnes Jr., missed the inside retaining wall, but he was so far up towards the front of the field by the time that car came back up into traffic, there was nowhere for several cars to go.
And Connor Hall fires to the iRacing restart zone, back underway with just a couple of laps to go. Perhaps the best restart we've seen from Landon Lewis on the top side. And car in the fence off of 2. It's Landon S. Huffman. We stay green. Contact up front. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis. And oh, by the way, the ride that Connor Hall was in last year is directly behind him.
And Landon S. Huffman is not going to get down. Caution will fly again.
3 to go through the iRacing restart zone. Connor Hall, Landon Lewis side by side as they head down into turn number 1. Again, Lewis got a great launch on the top side. They'll be side by side as they head into 3.
Lewis still trying to toe the top lane. Hall's going to try to keep the car pinned down low. Got McCumbee kicked out of line. Bowman sideways off the corner. Everybody keeps it straight. We're still green.
Lewis into the back of Connor Hall off of turn 2 as Hall trying to drive away with the race lead. They go into 3 and 4. Still under the green flag. Hall able to pull away and try to manage it here with just 1 lap to go here at Langley.
And all that Hall is hoping for is that they make it back around. Half a lap to go.
Through 3 and 4 for the final time. When you visit Hampton, you're going to have to run through this guy. Connor Hall wins at Langley again.
Racing the way it's meant to be all season long. 2 divisions, nearly 3,000 laps of the closest, toughest short track racing you'll see anywhere. Every pass, every fender rub, every bump and run, every emotion. Winners race here and stars are born here. This is pure stock car racing. It's the Z-Max Cars Tour, and it's next right here on FloRacing.
Yet again, the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear comes here to Thornburg, Virginia, where for the 10th time we are contesting at this high-banked, high-speed facility for the Minis Mission 125 and benefit of burning rubber to help one another. I'm Blake McCandless. So happy that you're joining us here this evening live on FloRacing. We got Scott Shive in the booth, Adam Welbrock. You saw him walking the pits and down on the track earlier today. And Scott, we were talking about it at the top of the show. This weekend, such a significance put on. Yes, the racing is important. That's what these fans came here to see. But a bigger purpose and I think a different perspective that we all get to enjoy here on this weekend more than any other we have all year long.
I think a lot of us, everyone gets to enjoy, and I think the people who get the most enjoyment out of this is the families. It's those families that have been affected by childhood cancer in some form or fashion, and they get to come to the racetrack and forget about that. They get to have fun with these drivers. We've heard so many stories from so many of these families about how much this weekend has meant to them and their family, and being able to overcome that, being able to battle with it, and saying, hey, we can come to the racetrack and enjoy this, spend time together as a family, and have our children love this event. And for 4 years, they've loved this event, and I think everyone's loving it now.
And a very family-friendly atmosphere here that you can see Minnie Tyrell signing with the fans. Again, the inspiration behind this event, his childhood friend Ella, who eventually overcame cancer, is here with us this weekend and has been for the last several years. And being able to work with the Cars Tour to bring out these families, a big weekend for him off the racetrack. That's always the most important thing to him, is what he tells me. But also having these families out on the lake with him Thursday, the dinner that they had last night with these families on Friday. And when it comes to Saturday, not only being able to enjoy the day with these families and bring them out here to the racetrack, but Minnie Tyrell also a threat to win, starting third tonight, won this race a year ago. So even on track, he's got his hands full here today. So a big storyline there with Minnie Tyrell. And how about also the return of Brendan Queen, somebody else that we're going to have to watch for. He's starting one spot ahead of Minnie, up at the second position.
I think I'm going to mention it later, probably once we get into the show, but I already looked it up. The closest Waffle House to here is 7 miles away in Fredericksburg, Virginia. And if you don't know, fans, if you don't know, Brendan Queen always celebrates a win with a trip to Waffle House. So if we get that victory, he can just drive up 95, 7 miles. But he's going to have his work cut out for him. This is not going to be easy. Blake, you said it earlier. This is the first year he hasn't qualified on pole in his races at Dominion, but he did win it 2 years ago in one of his last starts, one of his last wins in 2024. But he's going to have his work cut out for him with a great rookie. Currently leads, and Carson Brown leads our RPM Trailer Sales Rookie of the Year. And like you said, Minnie's right behind Connor Hall. He's going to be a story as well.
Connor Hall, definitely somebody that we have to talk about, coming out of Langley Speedway, where he was the defending winner. He's been so close to not only winning here, but winning multiple times. He did so back in 2022. It was his second career win at that point. He won number 8 at Langley last week to put him 5th all-time on the Cars Tour wins list. He's still got a little bit of room to try to catch those drivers that are in front of him. That is Deke McCaskill, who has 11 of those victories. And speaking of Deke McCaskill, how about the driver that gets to pass him in terms of all-time career starts in the Z-Max Cars Tour? Deke with 112, and now Brandon Pierce, who has tied him, will surpass him when he takes the green flag tonight. The new Ironman of the Z-Max Cars Tour, Brandon Pierce, start 113 here this afternoon at Dominion.
Brandon Pierce, he's talked about how much the Z-Max Cars Tour has meant to him over the years, and he said you just never know how many more you get. And talking about starts, he's only got one career, and that was in 2019 at Southern National Motorsports Park. But he's starting 16th today, so maybe he can make some hay forward. But I think really, especially with it being the Minis Mission 125, and as well for him, towards the latter end of his career, talking about late model stock car career, and he said saying, I'm just taking this all in every single race I get.
Yeah, he's very appreciative of the opportunity that's been presented to him to be able to run this. He said a number of years ago, never would have imagined that I would be sitting here with 113 career starts, and doing so at a very unique racetrack. Again, 14 degrees of banking. This place is fastest that we go to on the Cars Tour here in 2026, and pretty much ever since we started coming here. It's a very unique racetrack that challenges these drivers, challenges these teams, and I think the biggest thing, Scott, talking to these drivers after qualifying, this track has gone through so many changes. It's been so hot over the last couple of days. We had showers come in and wash all the rubber off the racetrack. Also, you got to think America Racer late models, local here to Dominion, are going to be running right before this race. They're going to lay new rubber down on the racetrack. So a lot of challenges these teams are going to have to face tonight.
Plenty of challenges, and I think the drivers mentioned it in plenty of those interviews with Adam Wellbrock that those America Racer late models put down between their practices and before qualifying. It definitely made the track a lot slicker. As well, drivers talked about before that they think the track is going to tighten up, but this is that slick condition we talked about. Landon Lewis, he qualified in 5th, said, you know, we don't really do as great on these high bank, high speed racetracks, but Landon Lewis, he likes to knock them down and pick them up.
And speaking of new tires or new rubber being laid down, it is worth mentioning that here at Dominion, ST3 tires on the right sides of these race cars. It's traditionally the F45 Star, but with the higher loads that these cars put on these right side tires, with the high speeds here at this racetrack, different tire. And you saw Parker Eatman go out. He qualified 4th, finished 2nd at the Nashville Fairgrounds a couple weeks ago, nearly got his first win. He's looking for his first. And then a pair of drivers that are looking to go back to Cookout Victory Lane at this racetrack, Minnie Tyrell, and we chronicled him earlier, Brendan Queen in the 03 Best Repair Company Dodge for lead podium performance, but he got to outrun his teammate who's starting ahead of him.
It is the rookie, Carson Brown, who ran at Pocono yesterday, finished 3rd, comes out 3rd in practice, and comes out and puts it on P1 for that Heat Wave Visual Pole Award. It is going to be fun. Adam is down, and he's going to get to chat with Carson Brown, the rookie.
Standing by with pole sitter Carson Brown. CB, you missed all day yesterday, but man, this thing is still a rocket ship. It's been a whirlwind of a weekend for you, I imagine.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of traveling, and was up at Pocono with the Pinnacle Racing Group guys yesterday, and with Lee Pulliam today here at Dominion Raceway with the car store. Really happy to be here. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate to see my car sitting here yesterday. No one driving it, no one doing anything, and we're like, man, we might struggle firing off, and clearly we haven't, and just glad it's all the way up here.
What is it going to take to get that win here tonight in this number 5 Chevrolet? 125 laps around this bull ring. I'm sure you're really excited for it.
Yeah, honestly, we're going to figure out here in about an hour what it's going to take, right? But hopefully when it cools down a little bit, the track will be a little less slippery and greasy, and should have something for all these guys.
Yeah, a little bit different tonight with the local race going first, a different tire rubber. Does that concern you guys at all, or does it maybe make you comfortable? How do you feel about it?
A little bit. I mean, we slowed down probably 3/10 there in qualifying, which is very abnormal for us, and hopefully we can blow it off pretty quick. There are a few weepers here and there that we're trying to control just on the apron, so just kind of have to be careful there the first few laps, and yeah, definitely a little concerning, but we'll all figure it out.
They're certainly ready to figure it out. They're going to lead the field to green. That's Carson Brown, driver who had a top 5 at Langley, top 5 at Pocono and ARCA. Guys, he's ready to continue the momentum here this evening.
And doing it from the best spot in the house. Again, we heard so much throughout the course of this weekend about how important track position was going to be at this race here this weekend with the high speeds. And yes, these tires have a fall off, but they're pretty much in the first couple of laps of the run is what we've heard from a lot of teams. And then it kind of levels off for a majority of the rest of the race. But again, big wrenches being thrown by this track. It's challenging for all of these teams, and can't wait to see how it all plays out later tonight.
Well, and you mentioned that ST3 tire going on the right sides. That is a harder compound tire. We don't really run that as often, but that was implemented this year into a couple of our high-speed racetracks so that the tires do not blister. There's a little bit more life in these tires because, like we said, the name of the game this weekend is speed. You said qualifying. Absolutely, track position is going to be important. Don't count out, though, drivers that can make some moves. I look at Trayton Lapsevich to be one of those drivers that can make moves. Started in 23rd. He started way back at Langley last week and marched it all the way up to a top 10.
Yeah, it hasn't seemed to matter where that 77 is put in the starting order. He has found a way to drive his way towards the front of the field. field. So as we inch closer to our opening ceremonies here and the fans start to clear the racetrack, we will take a short break. We will be right back on FloRacing for a very special edition of opening ceremonies and driver introductions here for the Minis Mission 125. You're watching the ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear, live on FloRacing. Don't go anywhere.
An easy way to help take care of your vehicle? ZMAX Micro Lubricant. ZMAX Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. ZMAX proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. ZMAX is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in new or used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Lessen the noise of the track, not the rush of the race. With Sound Gear, hearing protection solutions that lap the competition. Perfect for racers, crew, fans, or anyone who works or plays in loud places. Sound Gear, official hearing protection sponsor of ZMAX Cars Tour. Sound Gear, ready for anywhere sound is a problem.
Hendrick. It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Back here for the 7th race of the 2026 season for the ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear, and a big one when you talk about the championship battle that is taking place right now, kind of at that midway part of the 2026 season. We've got a heck of a battle on our hands. We're going to have one tonight. Again, Manny Tyrell not competing for the points, running on a part-time basis with his obligations mostly focused on his efforts in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series this year. So a lot of drivers just with the goal of ending up in Cookout Victory Lane tonight. But Scott, looking at the rest of this order in terms of the championship standings tonight, Caden Quapple defending a 23-point lead right now, and he will roll off tonight from the 11th position. Trayton Lapsevich, we talked about his climb through the field that he's going to have tonight. He has a 23-point deficit in second. And how about the year that Connor Jones has had? Again, Langley was a little tough for he and the Carroll Speed Shop team, but what an effort they've made here in 2026. He's sitting right now third.
He's had a really great run. Talk about that win at Wake County. Really just kind of survived. We saw the fuel mileage troubles for people. He was able to stay in. He actually ran out of fuel at one point, then came back, won the race there, and like you said, he had a great run at Nashville with that 4th place. Really felt like he was in contention at Nashville all day long, but Parker Eaton was just the better one there. And then that 2nd place at Caraway, where it really looked like he was going to take the win, but lost it late in the going.
Yeah, so we'll see what he's able to put together. Again, he was very strong. When you were watching our highlights a little bit earlier last year, he was definitely a fixture towards the later portions at the front of the field. He rolls off 6th tonight when we introduce our field to the crowd that has gathered here at Dominion Raceway on a hot Saturday evening. We saw some cars on that road course over there. It's time for the Oval to put on the show here in just a little bit. The ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. We'll be back on Flow right after this. Welcome back to Dominion Raceway for the Minis Mission 125, Burn Rubber to Help Another. It's the program that is being benefited tonight for a program that has raised over $800,000 since they started this fight to try and help those families and those children who are fighting a terrible disease, many of whom that you will meet here in just a couple of moments as we introduce our starting field to everybody here at Dominion Raceway. A very special time for all of these families to be able to enjoy what it's like to be a Cars Tour driver and to walk out. And let's not wait any further. Before we introduce you to our starting field for our 25 driver strong lineup here tonight for the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, we would like to welcome the family that joined our Cars Tour officials here tonight, the Greer family, joined by cancer survivor Daniel, along with Benjamin, Rebecca, Ava, Mary, Joseph, George, Michael, and Lily.
This weekend, we also want to recognize the parents and children of Paul Nichols and the Markley family with their cancer survivor, Alexi, following our Cars Tour, and the Greer family. So glad that they can make it as well. It's such a cool race event with the Mini Mission 125.
That it is. Let's go ahead and introduce you to our starting field here tonight, starting 25th in the number 16 BDL Motorsports Dodge from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Brian Hendricks. Again, so special every year that we get to have these families be able to join us here at the Cars Tour. Just want to give a huge shout out to the crews that make this possible, that work with the drivers, that work with the Tyrell family, that make all of this possible to bring a weekend of joy and a great experience to so many folks who desperately need a weekend like this to think about the good times that they have together and to see the power of community and everybody coming together, whether it was the dinner last night, the chapel service this morning. The whole theme of this weekend, Scott, is being a part of something that's bigger than yourself and being able to lend a hand is the theme of this weekend. And every single time it comes around, we just love seeing it more and more each and every time.
I think Brandon Pierce and Carson Ellich said it great last night in their speeches, talking about being fueled by friendship. Carson Ellich and I believe it was Josh that said it back in their call ride over here, that this weekend and life is fueled by friendship. And Brandon Pierce talks so much about how these drivers, they fight so hard and so competitively on the racetrack. But on a weekend like this, when there's something that is bigger than racing, bigger than themselves, bigger than egos, bigger than any of it, they can put all that competition aside, come together, and be able to support these families.
And I'm glad you bring up Brandon Pierce. Every single year, the Tyrell family and Minis Mission will recognize a specific driver, a specific team for representing the ideals that they're looking to bring in a weekend like this the best. And this year's recipient of it was Brandon Pierce, named the Lincoln Hines Award now. After Lincoln Hines, who was with us last year, was following the McCumbee Elliott Racing team around. Unfortunately, ended his fight with cancer last year, but the fight continues on. Was so grateful to have his family out here this weekend, to hear his father speak about their experience, not only here, but in trying to support and continue to reach out to families that are going through this fight. It was an incredible thing to see, and of course, McCumbee, you could see his car listed at the front of the field, and we'll be able to honor Lincoln before the start of tonight's race.
His father's speech was really, really moving last night, and I think it shows what this weekend means. I think we hit on it earlier. We're going to continue to hit on it because it is the theme of the weekend with the Minis Mission 125, and that there's something so much bigger than all of us. And that family, the Lincoln Hines family, they talked about how much that this weekend meant to them last year, and getting to remember it as some of their last moments with Lincoln, and it being some of the most enjoyable experiences of their lives. And there's so many families that are here this weekend that they get to enjoy that experience experience, and hopefully more and more.
Well, and I think I love hearing from a lot of these families and the connections that they make because there's so much that goes into trying to wage this fight, and even being able to have a community of like-minded folks that know the fight that is going on for those, and to see those who have overcome that fight, that have come back here year after year because they love seeing these race cars. They love the people and the family. We talk about family a lot when it comes to this series and this tour, and it is definitely that, and how much being able to have a weekend like this to bring joy and to have these families come together and help each other in this fight, it's something that's powerful, and it resonates with everybody who's touched by it.
I was leaving the hotel this morning, and I ran into Caden Quapple's family, the Culpeppers, and they were telling me how much, like we said about the Hineses, they were telling me how much this weekend meant to them. You know, they came on last year with the 88, and, well, they were with the 32 at that point with Caden Quapple, and they said that they just loved it so much they wanted to be back, and they're back with the Quapples now, and they've just loved it, and it's just something that they're going to continue to cherish.
And I even seeing Minnie out there, he had Scout joining him on the stage this year, and Scout's somebody that we've seen here for a number of years. I remember Andrew Grady, they were paired up for the first time a couple of years ago when it was one of the first editions. Again, this is the fourth time that we've had this race with these families being able to join out here for the Minis Mission 125, and Scout is somebody who, again, formed a great friendship that still continues to this day with Andrew Grady, and is coming out here as well with Minnie to be able to enjoy this weekend at Dominion. But the partnerships, the friendships, and the lifelong memories that a weekend like this creates, again, we can talk about it up in the booth and try to build it up, but it's something that is unique and it is special, and again, gives us all, I think, a great perspective that, yes, we see a lot of rivalries, we see a lot of drama here sometimes in short track racing, but that all of that for a weekend. Even, I think, a great example, Doug Barnes Jr. and Minnie Tyrell, they've had their run-ins this year. There's no secret about that, but none of that matters this weekend. It's all about being able to enjoy this time and be able to raise money. Again, Minnie's Mission has raised over $800,000 in the last 4 years since its inception, and we know we'll continue to do great work as we continue to go. Well, let's go ahead and toss it down trackside as we get ready for opening ceremonies here at Dominion.
Thank you, Blake. Good afternoon, race fans. Welcome to Dominion Raceway. It's time for pre-race ceremonies. So at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Marine Corps Base Quantico presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Lieutenant Weston Bodie offers today's invocation.
If you're so inclined, please pray with me. Heavenly Father, your word in Psalm 23 reminds us you are with us. Tonight, we thank you for gathering us together in your presence, for Minnie's Mission 125, and for the opportunity to support children and families facing medical challenges. Lord, be especially near to those who are hurting. Surround them with your comfort and strength. Remind them of the hope that we have in you, that you are greater than any fear and any trial. No one is too far from your love because of sin or junk in life, for you are a gracious and merciful God. We also lift up our troops, our service members and their families, those serving here at home and those deployed around the world. Protect them and bring them safely home. As this race begins, we ask for safety for every driver, crew member, official, and spectator. As we see these drivers race for the checkered flag, may this be an exciting evening that inspires hope and reminds us that you are with us. We place tonight in your hands and rest in your goodness. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Sergeant Shelby Peterson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A beautiful rendition of our national anthem as the color guard and all of these families will take in the last few moments before we get racing set to go tonight. Again, it'll be the America Racers that start us off for 50 laps tonight. Before we get to the 125 laps, we'll have Brandon Fuller on the call as we get ready for the Minis Mission 125.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
5-star bodies, the most advanced bodies on the market, aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. Faster, lighter, stronger, better. 5-star.
In paving, you build the road. In racing, you conquer it. Barnes Paving represents what happens when preparation meets performance. Since 1999, Barnes Paving has delivered quality you can trust. Our dedicated team of paving professionals works quickly, safely, and efficiently to keep your project on time and your costs low. From start to finish, we manage every detail with precision and expertise, guaranteeing a hassle-free paving experience every step of the way. Barnes Paving, proudly paving the way for local racing.
Welcome back to Dominion Raceway Minis Mission 125. We've got the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models gridded up, getting ready to get started. We've got the folks down in the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane getting ready to, looks like, to give the command.
Race fans, it is time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to deliver the command, please welcome the guests of Minis Mission.
Got them fired up here on the front stretch at Dominion Raceway. Truck and Thunder America Racer late models, race number 1. Set to go green flag racing in a couple of minutes. We get everybody cleared off track. Got these ZMAX Cars Tour machines pulling around as we speak. So thank you for tuning in, if you're watching on FloRacing. Thank you for coming out here. Beautiful group of fans in the grandstands here at Dominion Raceway, just south of those Richmond, north of Richmond. We've got a awesome show on tap for you tonight. The sun is shining extra bright for us. We get set to watch it sink behind those trees. One of these 50-lap Truck and Thunder America Racer late models will get us started. And we'll hop into our 125-lap ZMAX Cars Tour late model stock racing action. As you see, beautiful shot of those grandstands there, the Falconer flag stand. Mr. John Medeiros standing atop the Falconer flag stand, giving the green flag wave tonight. Of course, got a big shout out to our crew getting us ready for the action all week long. We've been getting the facility straight. We've got everybody down on the 118 and, of course, pit side and the concessions down there. It's been a hot one, and they've been cooking up some hot grub for us all weekend long, especially today. Been slinging those chicken tenders. We've even got some Outlaw Light fish and chips. Little special, big shout out to Outlaw Light here with us, our featured light beer. We also have Virginia Lottery with us tonight. They gave us a little giveaway action. If you were able to purchase a ticket before 12 o'clock on Friday night, you were entered to win one of 5 $50 Sheetz gift cards and also a $250 Blackstone grill. I gave that grill away earlier. I have not seen Samantha pick it up from the gear store yet, but if you're listening, Samantha Perkis out in the grandstands. If you're on the backstretch with Backstretch Mafia, shout out to you on the backstretch, but we're looking for you, Samantha Perkis. You have won the Blackstone grill, and I'll tell you how to claim it if you go down to the DR Gear Store. They'll let you know just how to go home with that grill tonight. I also got some gift cards to give away. How about Charles Petit and Michael Prokopic? I'm picking the hardest names to pronounce up here for our giveaway winners, but that's why I barely graduated high school, to get that right. So we are waiting for these Truck and Thunder America Racer late models to get rolling off the grid. They're getting gritty right now, but they're melting into the grid. It's hot out there on the track. We were talking to some drivers prior to the autograph session, and the track is hot. The temperatures are hot. The late model stock car Cars Tour, they're running split compound tires. You've got the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. Of course, our Truck and Thunder America Racer late models are on the American Racer 8-inch tire. You've got the Hoosiers, the late model stock cars, the ZMAX cars on the 10-inch. So a little bit different. Some of those drivers in the Cars Tour were just mentioning the rubber being laid down prior to their qualifying efforts. The track got a little bit hot, slowed down for them, got a little sticky, and that rubber certainly didn't help us out. So I go over to tonight's lineup. Little switch up on the 57 machines. It looks like 57E is going to be drove by Chase Johnson. Talked to him prior to the racing action as well. He was having a clutch issue in his primary machine, so he hopped in Dad's ride, the 57E, the pink machine. He said it threw me off when he said pink, but now I get it now. The number is pink on the side of that machine. So Chase Johnson, the 18-year-old driver out of Midlothian, Virginia. Ricky Johnson Racing. Chris Matthews is the crew chief. He is swapping machines. Son of Eddie Johnson, 65-year-old Midlothian driver, father. 2 fathers on track out here. We've got Chris Donnelly and and Eddie Johnson. They're both riding with their sons, Chase Johnson and Aaron Donnelly. Aaron Donnelly's been on a tear this season so far. 5 wins out of 6 calls he has picked up in the Bugsy Repair victory lane with his on-call concrete machine. He's making some good business in the Bugsy Repair victory lane this season. He's at the top of the point standings. As we take a look here, starting 12th, you've got Chase Johnson. Looks like Michael Pfeiffer's going to be starting behind him. He's at least out there on track right now behind the 57. You got James Johnson in the number 9, Jack Owens in the 9-0, Josh Blankenship in the number 4 machine, Richard Storm in the 07, Eddie Johnson in the 57. You've got Willie Mullins in the 3, Kayla Searles in the 25, Chris Donnelly in the 47, and the 31 of Aaron Donnelly. 5 times to the Bugsy Repair victory lane. He's got 2 shots to get back in there to make it 7 on the season, but he's had a few drivers that have been flirting with that top spot all season long. Chase Johnson finishing second a handful of times to Aaron Donnelly as the lights go off on the beautiful pace car powered by Illusions wraps. Kayla Searles and Chris Donnelly on the front row. That's Kayla Searles, a 25-year-old driver out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Torp Chassis, Brian Tanner Motor. Alongside Chris Donnelly, 56 years old, out of Stafford, Virginia, is father of Aaron Donnelly right behind him. You got Jack Owens, and looks like we're flipping the lineup here. Hold on now, where the light comes back on the pace car, and the light goes back off. So hey, we're doing a little dance. Getting all the fans, that's it. We're waiting for all the fans to get in the stands. We still got some people trickling in. Do a little shimmy shake for us as Kayla Searles and Chris Donnelly get ready to get started. They're behind the, again, Illusions wrapped pace cars. The pace car lights off, and we'll pull down pit road. 50 laps for the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models getting set to go once John Medeiros gives a green flag wave, and there it is. Into turns 1 and 2 they go. Almost side by side, but now it's side by side as Kayla Searles digs through the corner, rolls the middle, and gets out in front of Donnelly in that on-call concrete 47 machine. Meanwhile, behind them, Richard Storm's on the outside of Josh Blankenship. Blankenships are back in the mix this week. You see David in the 11 behind Josh. So Josh working on the inside of Richard Storm, the Stormer Performer, 5-time champion here at Dominion Raceway from Partlow, Virginia, as he slips down into 4th position. Kayla Searles in the Bether Builders machine. She's out front right now, and here comes Aaron Donnelly, the on-call concrete machine, looking to pick up just where he left off last week in the Bugsy Repair victory lane. He's side by side with Dad. Now into turns 3 and 4, passing the 47. Crossing the strike now second, Aaron Donnelly. Moving on, Kayla Searles in the 25. Meanwhile, that's Big Willie Mullins out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Slow down the back stretch. Looks like he's going to take his machine down to his crew on pit road. As your leaders come back across the stripe, 46 remaining. As Blankenship goes to work on the trunk lid of the Alcova Mortgage Storm Racing machine of Richard 07 Storm. And the yellow flag will fly as Mullins unable to get his machine all the way down pit road under his own power. He is creeping and a creeping as he will finally pull into his stall. So tough break for the Willie Mullins machine, but that brings out the first WG Speaks caution of the night. Yellow flag sponsored by WG Speaks. Of course, the entire event tonight, Minis Mission 125, powered by WG Speaks, Barnes Paving, Ream, and as well as the Sign Shop. So big shout out to all of those sponsors coming out and supporting short track racing, one of the finest touring series out on the planet right now. The Cars Tour ZMAX 125 Minis Mission here at Dominion Raceway. Lots of great local support. And I would say even greater support from the fans down in the grandstands. Big shout out to you for coming out on a Saturday. It's creeping up over the 90s. And that didn't scare you off from coming out and getting a little bit cool while we watch some hot action on track as the Illusions wrapped pace car kills the lights. Kayla Searles and Aaron Donnelly on the front row. Now we'll go through the race restart zone. The command is going to be at Kayla Searles' right foot. We'll be waiting for her to get in the gas. She controls the restart here. She'll make some noise for the Truck and Thunder America Racer late model action. Getting right back to green flag as we see Kayla Searles pacing. Green flag is out. Solid start by your leaders up front as it looks like Searles hit the puddle on the apron down there. Got a little loose, and Donnelly able to roll the outside and get out in front. Take the #1 spot away from the Bethel Builders machine. That's the on-call concrete dialed up in P1 right now. And here comes Josh Blankenship throwing a bumper to the 25. Josh was looking for P2 and had to get out of the gas. Coming out of turn 2, was losing a little bit of steam as the second on-call concrete machine of Chris Donnelly rolls on by. So we'll see if Blankenship's able to keep position. He does. Another little tap to the left rear wheel from Blankenship, and he's trying to keep everybody at bay on the outside. Here comes Johnson on the outside now. Chase Johnson, your Southeastern Rookie of the Year 2025. He's looking to get his machine into the mix. He's got 43 laps to get to that top spot as he gets around Josh Blankenship there. It was making it hard for those cars to pass on the outside. He's got David Blankenship behind him now, and a hard charging Jack Owens, the young driver out of Chesterfield, Virginia, has been showing up and showing out here recently. He jumped into the Truck and Thunder America Racer late model from the Legend earlier this year. He's racing for Chris Phillips. He's got John Bray as the crew chief on that thing, and he's having some fun out there, he said. Always great to see these drivers come out and have some fun. That's what it's all about. Is Chris Donnelly continues to see if he can reach and reel back in the 25 of Kayla Searles. That would be for second as Aaron Donnelly continues to roll away with this thing out front. He's clean air and opportunity all in front of him. Jack Owens slipping off the corner of 4. You saw in your view there. He's trying to catch up with Blankenship and make that pass, would be for 6th. So Jack Owens trying to crack the top 5. You would love to grab him another top 5 this week, especially on FloRacing with our friends here from Flo. Of course, if you're tuned in on some of that free action there on Amazon Prime, something pretty cool by FloRacing, getting these local short track drivers, all this local talent out there and showcase like they deserve it. 37 laps remaining, now 36 as they go across the stripe for the 31 machine of Aaron Donnelly. Jack Owens going the opposite way. He's now got some pressure on his rear from Richard Storm in the 07. So Richard Storm trying to put the move on Jack Owens, the youngster out here. It's the old dog trying to teach the new dog, young pup, old tricks. Johnson, you see him rolling that corner, coming right up on the 47 machine. Getting close to the bumper, looking to make a move. The 18-year-old driver out of Midlothian, Virginia. He's running in a self-built car, the Johnson Racing machine. Ricky Johnson Racing, LA Engineering motor. He's ready to see what that motor's got, as he is now in position to challenge the 47 for the podium spot. This will be for third as Johnson moves to the inside of Chris Donnelly. Donnelly chops the nose a little bit, gets loose in front of the 57, digging out of the corner. Johnson's able to pull up alongside the quarter there, but loses position rolling into turn 3. Now cross the stripe here. Still just out of striking distance, as both those drivers now squarely in the sights of Kayla Searles. They see her just in the distance. Two drivers hard right now. Chase Johnson, crew chiefed by Chris Matthews. As he gets up underneath now, quarter. Door bumper clear. And the 57 of Chase Johnson slides into P3. So we'll see if Chase is gonna chase down the 25 of Kayla Searles. He's got a little bit of time left on the clock to do it. 27 to go here for your Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. Minis Mission 125 presented by WG Speaks, Barnes Paving, Ream, and the Sign Shop. Of course, always have to thank our official medical partner, Mary Washington Healthcare. Michael Piper being passed by your leader, Aaron Donnelly, as they go into turns 3 and 4. There's Willie Mullins back out on track. Big Willie showing Jack Owens a thing or two. Big Willie style. Crossing the stripes side by side. Searles pulls down pit road. She's got an issue. They're pulling the hood off the top of the Bethel Builders Fraternal Order of Eagles machine. That's not good for the 25-year-old Kayla Searles. She's on pit road. She was running second to Aaron Donnelly, and she just gave up that spot to Chase Johnson, who's got a heck of a distance between him and the on-call concrete machine. Donnelly is on a Sunday drive right now. He's got 22 laps left on the books to get this one in the Bugsy Repair victory lane. We talked to him last week about what all this success has come from for the on-call concrete machine, and he said, Brandon, practice, practice, practice. We get out here at least once a week to private practice. They come out here on race weeks to practice on open practice Friday night. They come out on Saturday race day. They're practicing all day. There's no shortage of laps, and he said an old cliche as I asked him, what do you have to tell younger drivers that are just getting started out here and with their career? And he said, practice, practice, practice. He said, it sounds cliche, but you can't finish a race without a wrecked car. So just go out there, run your own race, get as many laps as you can under your belt, and have some fun. And he's certainly having some fun. He's got plenty of lead laps under his belt this season as he looks to put race number 6 in the books. Donnelly still controlling this race with 15 laps remaining. Johnson quite the distance back. It looks like he chopped a little bit off of the distance, but he's in the middle of a Donnelly sandwich right now. It's Aaron Donnelly, Chase Johnson, Chris Donnelly, Josh Blankenship. Going to be Richard Storm rounding out the top 25, or excuse me, the top 5, as I just got word that it was a spark plug wire loose on the 25. That would unfortunately lose power, bring her down pit road. So tough break for Kayla Searles in the 25 Bethel Builders Fraternal Order of Eagles 411 dig machine as she ends her night early at race number 1. As your leader, Aaron Donnelly, goes to the top of the wall, turn 4. Looks like he might have cut a tire. Well, hold on to your phones, folks. We were about to dial up another victory for the on-call concrete machine, and it looks like he may miss the call. As a right front looks to have failed on the 31. They go to work hard, jacking her up. We'll see a replay here. This is going to be Aaron Donnelly, 26-year-old driver out of Stafford, Virginia. The Forrest Reynolds chassis. Brian Tanner engine in this thing, and it was a right front tire that ultimately looks like it put an end to that dominating run. Yeah, right front just goes down, and to the outside wall she goes. Take another look at it. Just able to keep it from really smacking that wall hard. Hard on the binders. Tough break for Aaron Donnelly. He was setting up for another trip to the Bugsy Repair victory lane. This is going to do great service to the 57 of Chase Johnson, who really started out this evening with some tough luck. He went from his primary with some clutch issues, hopping into his backup, swapping cars with Papa Johnson, if you will. So as the 25 rejoins the field, we're back out on track with Kayla Searles, and she'll rejoin the field behind Aaron Donnelly. Again, tough break for both of those drivers running up front 1 and 2. Didn't see that coming. That's what happens here at Dominion Raceway, folks. We typically don't follow a script, if you haven't noticed. Sort of our thing here. We've got a beautiful crowd hanging out on the backstretch. Backstretch Mafia is in full attendance. Got some folks hanging out over there in the stand-in zone at the top of turn 4. They got a face full of Aaron Donnelly coming right to the fence. Right there in turn 4. So again, big shout out to WG Speaks, Ream, Barnes Paving, the Sign Shop, of course our official healthcare provider, Mary Washington. Also want to take a second to ask, who's your driver, folks? Not your driver on track, but your driver to get you home safely. That's right, we want you to get here each and every week and then get home safely. You can't do that without a sober driver. So pick a sober driver and buckle up. We'll see you at the next one as we got Illusions Wraps powered pace car pulling down pit road. Chase Johnson, Chris Donnelly on the front row. Green flag flies. Chase Johnson controlled the start, and side by side, good run for both of those drivers to start out this, maybe, I don't even want to jinx it. We're just going to call it to start out this restart side by side. The on-call concrete machine will drag on the outside of Chase Johnson. Now you see some fender rubbing. That fender, that right quarter is hanging out some kind of bad as they're about to go 3 wide. That's Richard Storm on the outside. Almost had Blankenship and Jack Owens with Richard Storm going 3 wide. Now Donnelly smoking them on the outside of Chase Johnson, trying to hold on to that groove as they exited forward. Now Donnelly up in the marbles again, trying to hang on to it. Johnson now able to clear it down the backstretch. He's going to maybe bring Josh Blankenship with him, but no. Donnelly now on the bumper of Chase Johnson, coming back to the stripe with 10 laps to go. We'll see if the 18-year-old driver is able to hold off the veteran of Chris Donnelly in the 47 on-call concrete machine. He wants revenge. He just saw his son in the 34. Whoa! Meanwhile, behind the pack, David Blankenship in the 11. Goes around. Caution flag will fly. 9 laps remaining for your Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. We're going to re-rack and stack the field. We'll see another side-by-side restart with Donnelly and Johnson. Replay there. See, Blankenship. That's the number 11 of David Blankenship, the 40-year-old driver of a Powhatan, Virginia. Blankenship Motorsports, crew chief by Shannon Morano, previous modified champion here at Dominion Raceway in Shannon Morano. You also have a Torp chassis, Lewis Bar motor. Little fun fact about the 11 machine, now that it's on view, that is a very historic chassis. Actually, that car was built, and it was built specifically. I can't really, I don't have the note on here who it was built by, but Kyle Busch actually drove that chassis for the Denny Hamlin Short Track Showdown back in, I believe, 2010, 2011. So some history with the 11 chassis on pit road there. It was once piloted by Cal Busch, the Denny Hamlin Short Track Showdown here in Virginia. As the pace car cuts the lights once again off the affordable Illusions wrapped pace car. So once again, if you haven't already, go hit the 118 Bar and Grill, get you something to eat, get you something to drink. Got the best concessions in all of short track racing, guaranteed it. The Illusions wraps pace car pulls down pit road. We're looking for a green flag from John Medeiros. Good start by Johnson as he controlled the restart. He got a good one off that, and right in front of the 47, right up on the bumper is the 47, right on Chase Johnson into turns 3 and 4. He is hooked up. We'll see if Johnson's able to clear. He is into turns 1 and 2. He's going to keep the on-call concrete machine at bay, but a little bit of nudge, a little bit of tapping going on. Josh Blankenship going to see if he can't push the 47 a little bit further into turn 3 and 4 is Chris Donnelly. Now with 3 laps remaining side by side with Chase Johnson. He's trying to get into the Bugsy Repair victory lane for the first time this season. We'll see if Chase Johnson's got enough to swap back. He's got 2 laps to go as Richard Storm in the 07 pulls up to a podium P3. Truck and Thunder America Racer late models putting on a show in race number 1 for the folks here at Dominion Raceway as Donnelly rolls off of 4. He grabs that white flag. Into turns 1 and 2, they'll sail. We've got one more shot for Chase Johnson in the 57 machine, the LA Engineering motor. Does he have enough to get back up on the 47, roll the corner, try a little bump, and no. It'll be Chris Donnelly at the line for your Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. We'll talk to him in the Bugsy Repair victory lane coming up.
What a performance by Chris Donnelly. Had to get up on the wheel and earn it there to bring home his first win of the season. Chase Johnson, tip of the cap to the young man, did absolutely everything he could, but it just wasn't meant to be tonight for the 57 machine. They'll go back to work for race number 2 coming up a little bit later tonight. And a tough break for Aaron Donnelly, points leader in the 31 machine. They'll also have some work to do along with pole sitter Kayla Searles, as they regroup and get set for, again, second of 2 twin 50s coming up after the ZMAX Cars Tour. But it is going to be a party in Bugsy Repair Victory Lane for Chris Donnelly, driver 47, going to do the Polish victory lap, celebrate his win, and salute you, the fans, with the Alan Kowicki inspired celebration. Driver 47 has absolutely earned it. Chase Johnson comes home second. Aaron Donnelly was third. Good rebound from the 31 team. The 07 of Storm was fourth. Blankenship ends up fifth, and that rounds out your top 5 here tonight for just race 1. It's race 7 on the season for the Truck and Thunder America Racer Late Models, but the first of 2 again tonight. We're going to see another race coming up, and that's after the ZMAX Cars Tour here, the Minis Mission 125, presented by Sound Gear. Chris has been watching Aaron celebrate, and now he's going to get a chance to do it himself. We're going to pass things over to Bugsy's Repair Victory Lane with Brandon Fuller.
Pulling down into the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane is the 47 on-call concrete machine of Chris Donnelly. He's got the crew down here reaching into the window, giving him a little bit of love. They've got the NASCAR Local Racing Series powered by O'Reilly Auto Parts winners board going on the front left tire as he pulls off his safety gear. Little Pfeiffer in the window helping him grab some of that safety gear out, pulling the checkered flag. John Deere hat goes atop the head. The on-call concrete machine has been picking up in the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane all season long. Y'all make some noise for Chris Donnelly out of Westmoreland, Virginia. Dude. Heck of a wheel job out there, man. What happened out there?
Well, got that caution, and we went back, and I feel like I was catching the 57, but that caution really helped, and we got to racing, and I feel like I drove him clean. I don't know how he feels, but I know we traded some paint and all, but hey, I got to thank Jimmy Harden, all these guys for helping me, and I'm 56 years old. I'm wore out.
56 years old. I was watching you guys out there. You got your son, Aaron Donnelly. Of course, we were kind of making the story. We've got 2 father-son duos out there. You got you and Aaron Donnelly. You got Eddie Johnson and Chase Johnson out there. What does it mean to be running with your son out there? He takes a slight lick to the outside wall. Looks like he had a right front go down. Did that motivate you at all to get the win, or were you just already motivated to get out here and get it in victory lane?
Well, I was upset. I was asking about the car, but when we went back to green, that's the last I was thinking. I was hoping he was going to get behind us, but but he did good, and I'm just tickled to death, man. I know we did a lot of rubbing there. I don't know how much damage we have to the car, but we'll find out.
Hey, rubbing's racing, right?
Yeah. I want to try to get along with everybody. I don't know. I feel like I drove him clean. I mean, he kind of didn't cut me no slack here. He wasn't giving me no room. I wasn't giving him no room. But we all brought him home one piece. That's all that counts. And, hey, I want to thank my wife also for putting up with this and all the fans. And I really appreciate y'all having this track for us to run. And I'm tickled to death. I'll be honest with you. I'm very competitive. I never thought I'd get another win, but we did.
Here he is in the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane. That is Chris Donnelly, victorious for the Truck and Thunder America Racer Late Model Division here at Dominion Raceways. The Minis Mission 125, presented by WG Speaks, Barnes Paving, Ream, and the Sign Shop. Got us kicked off with the Truck and Thunder America Racer Late Models. Chris Donnelly in Bugsy Repair Victory Lane for race number 1.
We've got a little bit of time to kill. I think I've got some crowd work to do. I've got some Chronicles, some trading cards I might give away. I've also got some Sheets gift cards I've got to give away as well. So I'm going to come back up into the grandstands. I'm going to talk with some of our beautiful fans in this facility because y'all came out and showed out. We've got an awesome crowd here in this facility.
Thank you, Brandon. We'll go back upstairs to Blake and Scott.
Yep, a very excited victory lane here. And again, want to remind everybody that is tuned into our coverage here tonight that the American Racers, they got twin 50s tonight. So, of course, if you love the action that you see before we get going for the Minis Mission 125 here for the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, there is more racing to come here at Dominion Raceway tonight. Also want to give a little nod. Cars Tour West will also be running after the conclusion of this event. So make sure you stick around. There's a lot of racing to go on here and across the country. And, of course, you can always watch it all live on FloRacing. More coverage before we start the Minis Mission 125 is coming up.
Welcome back, racing fans, to the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear in the Minis Mission 125 at Dominion Raceway. It's the 7th race of 14 this season, and it's the Minis Mission 125, Blake, and we have never had a repeat winner in the 9 previous races in this Minis Mission 125.
Yeah, and when we were looking at kind of the list of names that have gone to victory lane here at this track in this series, first off, this has been a pretty popular stop on the tour. It's the 10th time that we've come to this racetrack, which is fifth most rather, in terms of all the tracks that the ZMAX Cars Tour has visited. It started back in 2017. But really, when you look at, there are certain racetracks where names really pop out of the who's who of Cars Tour winners have done it, and they've done it here at Dominion. Lane Riggs being the first one that was back in 2017. By the way, it was twin races that they ran here in 2017. It was Lane Riggs that won the first one. Of course, we know what he's doing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series right now. Another driver that's in the field tonight, Jared Fryer, was the other one that won on that date all the way back in March 2017. And then again, it's the who's who. It's Josh Berry in 2019 who was able to go to victory lane. Connor Hall, Bobby McCarty, Brendan Queen, Minnie Tyrell. But I got to say, though, you bring up the point that we haven't had a driver that has won multiple races here. I gotta think, if there is one night where we can flip the script, I think that's going to be tonight, because you have Connor Hall starting up front, you got Brendan Queen starting on the outside of the front row, you got Minnie Tyrell starting third, defending winner of this race. He's trying to go back to back, and again, he did it from 11th last year. The whole going theme that we heard was how important track position was all year long, and every time we come here, and yet he starts outside the top 10. He's able to get that win last year, and now he only has 2 cars sitting in front of him right now. They both come out of the same stable, Lee Pulliam Performance, but he's doing that and looks to be doing a good job, and of course has a good chance going to Cookout Victory Lane tonight.
3 of those previous winners of our 9 events are starting within the top 10, but that leaves 7 that have never won this race before, and I think Carson Brown sticks out the most. First career pole tonight. He's only had 1 top 5 this season, but he's had great runs in that Lee Pulliam Performance car. He's really been all over the place. He's run ASA with the Stars Tour. He's won twice over there in his 3 starts, and as well, he's won once in ARCA Menard Series.
Yeah, it's been special to see, and all the young talent that has emerged here in this series, especially when we were at Langley last week, 2 weeks ago, last race that we had here in these late model stocks. You had so many drivers who we talk about winners and those who have done and completed that task before, but yet here we are, a number of drivers that are starting up in the top 10, still looking for that first trip to Cars Tour Victory Lane. Of course, our pole sitter being highlighted in that. How about Parker Eatman? I don't think he's somebody that we can forget about here tonight. Has experience at this racetrack, has won a big race in his career. He won the Thanksgiving Classic a year and a half ago at Southern National Motorsports Park. Went to Nashville Fairgrounds, a track that almost none of these drivers had seen before. Nearly went to victory lane there. He's got good track position in that number 4 Vet Adventure Chevrolet, sitting right now in the 4th position on the outside of row 2. He's got a good chance. And then how about the impressive weekend? Again, I don't think we talked about it or gave him enough credit enough, but coming to a brand new race team has to be quite the shift when it's done mid-season. It's done with perhaps not even 10 days or so notice before showing up to the racetrack with a brand new group. Right now you see him on his lonesome right there in row 4, the inside car. That's Carson Lofton. They've brought a lot of speed. Mike Darn Racing has brought a lot of speed to this racetrack in the past. In fact, it was the car that qualified just in front of him, Connor Jones, that ran in this race last year. So it's we'll see what Carson Lofton, among with Doug Barnes Jr. starting in the top 10, another driver looking to go to Cookout Victory Lane for the first time. Well, fans, I don't think we have to wait any longer. The field of 25 is set to go here in the Minis Mission 125. Let's toss it down trackside to get the command.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports, but I'm going to need your help on this one. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, driver.
That was awesome. Love getting the fans engaged, love getting the fans involved. Engines are fired, Blake. That only leaves one thing.
Yeah, getting to racing here, which is what all of these drivers, these fans have been waiting to do since they showed up on the property. Some of them several days ago to prepare and try to get an opportunity to go to Cars Tour Victory Lane. Well, a couple weeks ago at Langley Speedway, we lined up in a missing man formation. It was the first time since the passing of the late and great Kyle Busch that the ZMAX Cars Tour competed. We saw Donovan Strauss, who is still running his NOS Energy Drink inspired 51 car in the field tonight that was at the front of the field as a part of this missing man formation. For a different reason tonight, we see the same just in front of Carson Brown, who was there. You could see that paint scheme that Donovan Strauss will be running and the number that he will carry throughout the rest of the season in honor of Kyle Busch. There is a car that is listed at the front of the field. It is Chad McCumbee in the number 16 Aaron Sales and Lease and Elliott Properties, number 16 from McCumbee Elliott Racing, doing a missing man pace lap and a few pace laps in honor of Lincoln Hines. Again, the Hines family was a family that had been paired with Chad McCumbee for the last several years when it comes to this Minis Mission race. They had formed a close bond, and unfortunately it was actually on race day last year that Lincoln was able to spend his final day with us here at the racetrack before the race had concluded. And unfortunately, Lincoln Hines' fight with cancer was finally over. But running up here at the front of the field is a driver who nearly won this race a year ago. And the memory of Lincoln Hines, again, who passed away at just 4 years old of cancer last year, will continue to live on. We were so honored to have his family, his father, be able to join us last year at dinner and be able to speak about the impact that Lincoln had, not only on this race team, but on their family, and the experience that they were able to enjoy and the final memory that they were able to celebrate with him on his last day. So this missing man pace lap in honor of Lincoln Hines.
Lincoln Hines, what an excellent kid. It's this fight that with cancer, it's the reason that we're here this weekend, especially childhood cancer, that we honor these families and all that they have to go through. Everything, the emotional toil, the financial trouble, everything. It is just such a difficult thing to deal with, and we want to honor those families. We've hopefully honored them all this weekend. The drivers, they've had such a great time with them. The families have had such a great time, and we'll get to honor them tonight in the running of the 4th annual Minis Mission 125.
They're going to double up here, and starting on the front row, we mentioned Carson Brown, Brendan Queen on row 1, Minnie Tyrell, Parker Eatman, Landon Lewis starting tonight in the 5th position. 6th to Connor Jones, Carson Lofton, Chad McCumbee, Doug Barnes Jr., and Connor Hall complete your top 10. 11th to Caden Quapple, 12th Chase Burrow, Mason Bailey, Elio Meza, London McKenzie, Brandon Pierce making an all-time marker in setting the lead for starts on the Cars Tour from 16th. Jared Fryer, Matt Gould, Mason Diaz, Landon Huffman complete your top 20. Jace Hale, Donovan Strauss complete your top 22 with Trayton Lapsovich, Braden Penny, and Brian Henderson making out the 25-car field here at Dominion Raceway. Lights are off on the HendrickCars.com pace car, burning rubber to help one another. The goal here, the Minis Mission 125. As the pace car pulls down, we invite you to sit back and enjoy this one from Dominion and check in with our Sound Gear Sound Check Live as we start the Minis Mission 125. Little bit of a wiggle off of turn number 4. It was Brendan Butterbean Queen who will lead them back to the stripe. Side by side they go. They know how important this track position is. They both want it on the front row. Teammates battling hard for the lead, and Minnie Tyrell is right there. It's Butterbean, hard into the wall off of turn number 4. He saves it, but he may have some right front damage as they complete the second lap.
Hard impact in the outside of turn 4 for the 03. Got a little bit loose out of turn 4, outside of his teammate, the 5 of Carson Brown. Now he's outside of Mini Tyrell. You've got to wonder what damage that has become of that right front and how it will affect him. See him wiggling once again in 1 and 2, hitting the bump out of turn 2. Mini Tyrell has the chance to take advantage.
And that was more than just a little bit of an impact, and that's so easy to do here off of turn 4 to be able to push up. These drivers, they get in the throttle so early in the center of the corner, and to be able to make that speed, they have to trust that that car is going to turn. Unfortunately for Butterbean, just ran out of a little bit of racetrack. The damage doesn't look too bad, but when you talk to these drivers, and any little bit of contact can knock the toe out of the handling of these cars, can be a big deal. So he settles in 4th. We'll watch him the next couple of laps and see how he handles, but it looks like off the corner he's having a little bit more trouble getting back to the gas and pushing a little bit off the corner.
Battle for 6th is on. Parker Eatman, Chad McCumbee. McCumbee losing a little bit on the inside. Now Parker Eatman, he'll lose the momentum over the bump. And Carson Lofton in the Mike Darn Racing number 20 in his first outing with them, he'll jump to the inside trying to stick it and stay in the top 10.
And it looks like being stuck in that outside line, we talked about the challenges that these drivers had in terms of the racetrack and where they wanted to be. It looks like the outside line is not where you want it to be. Parker Eatman started 4th. He's battling almost to try to stay in 9th. There's a little bit of contact there between Caden Quapple and the 88. Some more contact behind a big slide. That's Connor Hall in car number 12. He and Doug Barnes Jr. at Langley, remember, they got together a little bit early in that race, and they keep the trend going here as they try to separate themselves out. A hornet's nest further on back, battling to get inside the top 10. It's Connor Hall and Doug Barnes Jr. right here, 1 and 2, side by side into turn number 3.
Hall started in that 10th spot, and he will hold it for now. Doug Barnes Jr. still stuck on the outside. 5 of Chase Burrow started in 12th. He'll jump to the inside, but the 88 trying to have a good run. He's won over 10 times here at Dominion since 2016. It's been a racetrack that he raced here in their very debut, but he is having trouble. Speaking of having trouble, the 03, Brendan Butterbean Queen. We saw the hit. We wondered what the damage is. He's about to fall outside of the top 5. Chad McCumbee making the pass on the inside. You can see that 03 is not what it was.
Yeah, and not what it's been all weekend long. Butterbean has been dominant. We were listening in on the communications that this team had over the radio for the last several days, and they were overjoyed at the race car that they had, and I think that contact is just enough to get them in a bad spot. And you also have to think, you want a car that drives well in traffic here. There is dirty air that comes into play because these cars are going so much faster than most of the racetracks that we go to. So being able to handle in traffic, I'm sure, not helping that 03 Best Repair Company machine. To look back up front, again, a really fast piece for Lee Pulliam Performance out here out front with Carson Brown. Has been dominant in super late models and has had an incredible year in the ASA Stars Tour, flexing some muscles here, 15 laps into this one. This is Matt Gould, side by side with Mason Bailey. Gould getting acclimated to not late model stocks, but racing here in the Cars Tour. Then Mason Bailey, consider him a local. There's a little bit of hometown flavor here at Dominion.
He's won a couple of races here at Dominion, but he's holding them up on the outside. Matt Gould able to get by him. Now Landon Huffman, he started back in the 20th position, and he's up to 15th, now battling for 14th. He'll take the spot away from the 05. Huge checkup between London McKenzie as well as the 2 of Brandon Pierce, who has not been able to make ground in his career-making 113th start.
Yeah, he started 16th. That's currently where he runs at the moment. So Pierce trying to set his sights on that 05, as you mentioned, setting the all-time starts record. He surpasses the man they call the governor, Deke McCaskill. In terms of start, it'll be start number 113 for Brandon Pierce, who you know appreciates this opportunity. He said, kind of like what Kyle Busch said in his final interview with Dover, you never know when the last one's going to be, so he's just enjoying, appreciating every opportunity he gets. And I'm sure enjoying that move right there as he goes up into 15th around Mason Bailey. But Scott, early on in this race, this looks like an old school Martinsville race. If you're in that second groove, you just go backwards. There's no doubt about it.
Well, especially right here, right inside this top 15 and outside, they're really stacking up. You can see that Carson Brown is going to catch lap traffic here in maybe a couple laps. He's nearing the back half of the field, probably a little bit less than half the straightaway behind the 16 of Brian Henderson. But here you go, Jared Fryer in the number 22. This is his first start in the Nelson Motorsport 22 with Barry Nelson. He said how cool it was to get the call and the opportunity to be able to start in that 22. 41, Diaz, he's making a good run to the inside, trying to stay with it.
Yeah, Mason Diaz back with us here after sitting out the previous race at Langley. Jace Hale is going to think about it, but then backs off. Oh, gets into the back of the 41. They'll slide off the corner 3 wide. Diaz has to check up. Donovan Strauss tries to take advantage of it, and that's what happens, unfortunately, when Diaz trying to make that pass on Mason Bailey, and some aggressive drivers around him getting into him. You see a little bit of damage in the right door of Mason Diaz, finally able to get by Mason Bailey, who's been laboring on the high side for the last 15 laps, finally able to find some refuge and get down to the bottom. And oh, by the way, this is about half a straightaway ahead of your race leader right now, so they need to figure it out quickly.
They do. Race leader nearly up to the back. He's already put 1 car lap down in the 16 RNS race car of Brian Henderson. Minnie Tyrell, he split him with the lap cars. So lap traffic, it is going to come into play today, Blake. And how can you get through it? This is Carson Brown, the rookie. This is one of his first times up at the front of the field, first time leading laps. It's not his first time in general. He's done it in the ASA Stars Tour. He's even won an ARCA Menard Series competition. But these late model stocks, extremely different than all those other race cars. He spoke at the beginning of this year, getting into late model stock car competition, and how different this car was from so many that he has raced in his career. But he said this opportunity with Lee Pulliam Performance is what is going to continue to help him develop and maybe continue to make the move upwards in the NASCAR ladder.
Yeah, and talking with him earlier this year, and really any driver that gets the opportunity to work with Lee Pulliam raves about his work ethic, how helpful he is to them, how invested he is in his driver's success, and we've seen Carson Brown continue to improve that performance throughout this 2026 season. And if anything, again, makes it a little easier when those cars in front of you are being shown the blue flag, but was kind of interested to see how that 5 car would handle some traffic, and it's handling it very well. And this is, I would say, new territory for a lot of these teams. Again, it was so hot yesterday. It was 93, 94 degrees. Track temperature was upwards of 130. So a lot of these teams, they didn't get any long runs in yesterday. As you can see, Landon Lewis, he'll actually let by Connor Jones.
Oh, and he's going to nearly get squeezed by the 16 of McCumbee. McCumbee saw the door open with the 29, trying to let the 44 through, tried to force it down low, but wasn't quite able. That was really close there. McCumbee, we talked about it. The last great race for him was Southern National at the beginning of this year, finished 4th. That is the only top 5 since his podium here in the Minis Mission 125 1 year ago. It was bad luck at the end of 2025, and it's been not the best luck in the beginning of 2026. We talk about veterans with Brandon Pierce making that 113th start. Chad McCumbee is another one of those veterans making his 79th.
And you can see it really well on Chad McCumbee's hood, kind of the air dancing around on the hood of that race car, and that kind of goes to show you some of, one, the speed that these cars are carrying, but the fact that, yes, McCumbee, he got to the back of the 29 and caught him, and now having a little bit of trouble trying to get in a better aero spot to try to make that pass. And again, we've seen kind of that groove and a half or so at this racetrack move up and been able to work, but that has not been the case at all tonight. Drivers, if you get on the outside, you are going straight backwards right now. And so we see, again, Carson Brown, how quickly he's getting through lap traffic. That's Brandon Pierce we were just talking about a moment ago. That is up to almost the top 20 for Carson Brown, getting through some of this lap traffic. Pierce, though, last couple laps, he's lost a ton of spots. He is very slow.
Brandon Pierce having trouble in what is a record and career-making day. He wants to make the most of them, but having a really tough go of it so far through these first 40 laps. Closing in, we talked about, we haven't had a caution yet. That lap 45 break could be coming up here soon, Blake, in a couple of laps.
And that's why I think you're going to see this car fight really hard. Trayton Lapsovich, you see the air dancing around on his hood. Second in the points coming into tonight, trying to fight, scratch and claw to stay in this championship fight, much like he did a couple years ago when he came home in third. He's going to have to fight Carson Brown for all that he's worth here. Again, competition caution would come in 6 laps. So can Lapcevich hold on or get the lucky dog? If he were in that position, first car lap down, he's going to make this very difficult on Carson Brown. And of course, Mini Tyrell with 2 cars that are so good. We know how good track position is. He sees all this lap traffic in front, and he sees this as his opportunity to get control of this next restart when it comes. So very important here for Tyrell if he can take advantage of the 2 wide lap traffic in front of Carson Brown to be able to pass him and get control of which lane he wants to be and control the restart.
The gap to the lead went from 0.8 of a second now down to under 0.4 of a second. Now it's under 2. Lapcevich loose in nearly the inside of Donovan Strauss. Brown gonna look low. Here is Mini Tyrell. He is knocking on the door, trying to take this lead. Only 3 laps remaining until we get the competition caution, and there is nowhere for Brown to go. He's gonna try to use the bumper a little bit on Lapcevich. Look at Mini Tyrell. Will he make the move before this caution comes out?
He knows how important it is, but you got to play this well. Donovan Strauss is driving away from Trent Lapcevich, so it looks like he'll stay on the lead lap. But Carson Brown has just not been able to find a weakness that he can get by for this 77 car, who is putting up a bare-knuckle fight right now to try and stay on the lead lap. Just a couple laps until the competition caution. Blue flag is out, but Trent Lapcevich is not heeding to it right now. He's trying to stay on the lead lap.
Well, it's not road racing. It's not Formula One where you have to get by. And look at this. He's got a bit of a door. Carson Brown going to get to the door of the 77 of Lapcevich. He said, I have had enough. Mini Tyrell's on my bumper. I'm racing for the lead. You're racing for 21st. I'm going to go by. Now the 81 of Mini Tyrell. The door's left open. He can try to follow through.
So Tyrell going to try to take advantage. And again, the reason Lapcevich fighting so hard, not just to stay on the lead lap, but he had to stay in front of Brandon Pierce, who had kind of picked up some speed the last few laps. And finally, that will be our only competition caution that will come out tonight. There's a new rule here in 2026 that the maximum amount of times it can be utilized is once.
Carson Lofton moved up into the top 5. We talked about how strong he could have been, and he has been strong so far. But it's Carson Brown at the helm. He's led every lap so far. We're going to step aside in the Mindy's Mission 125. Don't go anywhere, race fans.
Easy way to help take care of your vehicle? Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. Z-Max proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Z-Max is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in new or used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Hendrick. It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Every weekend, it seems like we're at a racetrack somewhere. So we're living it, we're doing it. I think it helps us relate whenever they call. If they need more grip or they need more turn, we do it all the time.
We can relate to what they're saying. We're not just there to sell them this or that.
We're representing not just us, we're representing our vendors, our customers, our employees. So it's important to let them know that you care.
We want to provide the best things so they can have the best experience at the racetrack. That's what we want with our race car too.
Make your business stand out. The Sign Shop has you covered with professional signage solutions across Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. From storefronts and vehicle graphics to custom signs and branding, we help your business get noticed. As a supporter of Southern National Motorsports Park, the Sign Shop is helping fuel some of the biggest racing events of the year. Mark your calendars for the best racing in the South. For event information and tickets, visit snmpark.com, where racing tradition meets excitement.
Back with you here at Dominion Raceway. They are taking the choose this time, and boy, has pit road been a busy place. By my count, it was about 7 or 8 cars that took the opportunity to come down and try to make some type of adjustments on their race cars, because there were a couple that were not driving so well. They already have chosen their lanes up here at the front of the field. And Scott, this was a big talking point that we were just mentioning a couple seconds before we came back on air about where this choose was going to be, because we saw so many, whether it was Parker Eatman, even Brendan Queen, who got a little bit in the outside wall. But how much were you going to risk to try to be on that outside lane? Because right now it has been a death sentence for anybody that has tried to be up there, because they have just fallen straight back.
Well, I can say I'm really surprised to see Tyrell pick the outside, but maybe he's thinking, hey, if I could pinch down the 5, this may be my only opportunity to take the lead, because maybe at this stage of the race he feels that that 5 car is too strong for him to pass on raw speed alone. The 20, Carson Lofton, he's going to gain a spot as well, up to 4th place in that Mike Darn Racing number 20. Landon Lewis elects the inside along with Connor Jones in row 2 and 3.
We're hearing down from pit road, Trayton Lapsevich replaced a right rear spring and a track bar adjustment for that 77 car, amongst many adjustments that we saw down in the pit area just a couple of moments ago. Carson Brown trying to lead the field, although Minnie Tyrell, little bit of momentum that he's got on the high side as Brown slides up the racetrack. Will try to beat him back to the line and is almost able to do so. Remember, Butterbean also had a really good initial lap on the high side, is almost 3 wide for the lead as Minnie Tyrell trying to take the top spot on the top side.
Saw Brown scooting up into the door of the 81. He knows that Minnie is a guy that can fight on the outside, nearly at the line. It was going to be Minnie Tyrell. He leads the first lap of this race so far, so Carson Brown will not lead them all, and they are getting wiggly out of 2.
Yeah, they hit a couple of times over the course of that lap. You could see a little bit of a tire mark there just beneath the Ram symbol, although this time it's Tyrell again who has the top spot. Connor Jones has been able to muster a big run off of 2 each and every time, but again, 3 wide here, that is difficult to do. You have to trust that Tyrell and Brown are going to give you that space. So Jones hoping that they sort it out. It's still, actually, it was Carson Brown who led that lap by, and Connor Jones just thinking, guys, please sort this out. He doesn't want to go 3 wide right now.
Connor Jones just kind of waiting in the wings, but there's really nowhere he can go. You don't want to make it 3 wide at this point in the race, but the 81 still holding strong. I thought he was falling back for a moment, but then he made a monstrous charge on the outside, still holding that 5 down. What can the 5 do besides get into his door?
Tyrell hanging on. Again, there are a lot of shirts here at Dominion Raceway that have his old school 81, the red and white and black 81, but also his number 14 that he sports in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series with Colleague Racing as the winner of the Ram Race for the Seed. Again, got to talk to him yesterday, and he just reiterated how special it is and how much he can really soak up being with his race team, being able to appreciate the opportunity to come and make these part-time starts. And again, like Butterbean said, it's like riding a bike. Didn't take him any time to not get back acclimated to these late model stocks. They have been side by side for 8 laps. Is Connor Jones sick of it? He's gonna look low, but he backs out of it.
Connor Jones, at what point? He has a ton of speed in this race. Already gained 3 spots over the start, but there's really, Blake, there's nothing he can do. You don't want to make it 3 wide at this point in the race, because that could be a truly dangerous position, especially with the bump off 2. We saw even 2 wide, the 03 get into the wall outside of the 5. These 2 are looking extremely competitive and being extremely clean. Saw some scrapes there, bottoming out for the 5.
This is good stuff. This has been 10 consecutive laps of side-by-side racing. They touched each other a couple times in the first few laps, and finally somebody has won the battle. But for how long? Carson Brown finally single file, but was just about to mention the fact that Connor Jones hung in there in that dirty air that long. That tells me a lot about the speed that 44 Carroll Speed Shop entry has, and boy, do they need it after Langley last week. Terrible week, or one that they'd like us to burn the film of that race at Langley. Was not a good night for he or teammate Landon Huffman, but Huffman, biggest mover coming into this restart, and now Connor Jones clear and into second. The Fredericksburg native looking to get it done at home.
Connor Jones, I think there was a big stigma about him within the late model stock car world and the pro late model world a couple of years ago that he was really rough around the edges, really aggressive on track. He didn't like that people had that idea of him. So last year in 2025, he really tried to change how he raced. Had a lot of bad luck last season, but raced a lot cleaner. This year in 2026, it's really starting to come to fruition. You get the win at Wake County. Now he's running top 2 here. He ran top 4 at Nashville. He ran top 2 at Caraway and up there at the front near Ace. That 44 has been showing a lot of patience, and he's up to P2. 03, he's back on the march forward.
I was about to say, Connor Jones maybe 2 or 3 years ago, that's a 3-wide move that maybe he makes, but instead he's patient. He had confidence in his race car. And honestly, I got to talk to Timmy Tyrell, Minnie Tyrell's father, a couple of weeks ago at a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race at Watkins Glen, and even he was talking about how much he enjoyed working with Connor Jones, especially on this weekend, and how great he's been with the families, that he was in real consideration for the Lincoln Hines Award that they gave out. So this series taking notice of his maturation and the speed that he has as a driver. A little bit of contact here with Carson Lofton battling a car that came out of the stable that he just left. Again, that's Mike Darn Racing, number 20, Carson Lofton. He had been with Nelson Motorsports all year long. The team and he mutually agreed to part ways, and now brought a lot of speed here with Mike Darn Racing. And Caden Quapple gets into the side of Connor Hall, who, by the way, he just drove that 88 car a year ago. So a lot of relationships here amongst these drivers and teams.
One thing that we talked about, contact sideways with the 12 and the 20, and here's Eatman trying to break back into the top 8. He started in 4th, but he fell back to 10th on that opening 45 lap portion, but he is stacked up right on the back bumper of that number 20 of Carson Lofton. Seems like that 20 is more of a long run car.
Yeah, looking to try to set up Connor Hall off the corner. He's been so strong here at Dominion. Got his 2nd career Cars Tour win here with the Chad Bryant Racing team in 2022. And looking to try to set this program with Nelson Motorsports up right again. He also crew chiefs the car that Matt Gould has driven up. He started in 18th, and he's almost in the top 10 right now. So hands full. It's been a busy couple of weekends here for Connor Hall in the ZMAX Cars Tour, but showing well and performing well. Now he's got a little bit of clean air in front of him to try and drive away from Lofton and Eatman, who, again, I think Eatman just, there was no grip on the outside line early in this race. He's kind of settled into 9th and starting to just kind of collect himself there at 9th. Hasn't fallen any further since falling towards the back end of the top 10.
Huge gap here between the top 6 and the rest of the top 5, about 2.3 seconds between them all. So up here in this top 5, it is a lot closer than the rest of the field. 03 back on the march forward. He went down to 7th in that first 45 lap segment. Now he's back up to 5th, trying to challenge with Landon Lewis, but he's been about 3/10 behind for this entire segment.
And also want to note those drivers that chose the outside. Chad McCumbee lined up 6th on this restart. He's 13th right now.
Oh.
So and Carson Lofton, we've seen him. He started in 4th. He's now back to 8th. So, and even Minnie Tyrell fought so valiantly there with Carson Brown on the high side, and he is in 3rd, but lost a lot of distance to your race leader. So it's been difficult for these drivers to try and get going there on the high side as Butterbean, Landon Lewis, going toe-to-toe here at Dominion.
Oh, bumper going to be used really quickly.
Little bit of a shot, and again, this is a driver that they're going to have to race with in the Craftsman Truck Series. Lewis with more plans to run some more races throughout the 2026 season. And he is way off the pace, though. Slow, very slow down the front stretch as he tries to gather it back up, but Queen goes by to take that 4th spot back away.
Fans, if you saw that 03 hit the wall in the opening couple of laps and thought, oh man, there's no way he's going to win this race now, well, clearly you did not watch when he was racing in 2023 and 2024, because he has got that fight within him. The team has got that fight within them. They've got backup plans. They've got things they can do and change around. That 03 is nowhere near out of this race.
Not at all. Currently runs, as we mentioned, in the 4th position. It is a gap up to the race leader in Carson Brown between teammates that is 3.2 seconds back to 4th. Connor Jones, though, still maintaining, is hanging about 0.7 of a second off of Carson Brown and his back bumper right now. But again, we saw this at the end of the first run. I think we're about to work into it now. Lap traffic. And can Carson Brown, once he gets out of the clean air, he's got a little more dirty air to deal with, can he continue to hold this lead? Because I think that's one thing that impressed me so much about that early run of Connor Jones is he had no clean air at all behind those two drivers, and yet he was really, really strong behind them both.
I think so, and as well the 5, we saw he was great at getting through lap traffic when they were single file, but the minute they doubled up, he really had nowhere to go, and me and Tyrell was able to catch up very, very quickly. We'll see the 77 and 51 trying to duke it out here near the rear of the field. This is for the 16th spot, so the change that the 77 made, working well, but Attitude gets loose over the bump. Look at Diaz. He's going to look inside.
Again, one of those mini cars, both of these, that took the opportunity to try to come down and make some adjustments to get their cars driving a little bit better under our first and what will be our only competition caution of the night. So Diaz goes up into 17th, just in front of them. New look. We talked about Carson Lofton moving on from the 22 car. How about the driver that went in it? Jared Fryer told me earlier yesterday he had about a week and a half of notice to be able to hop into this 22 car and was so looking forward to being a part of this Nelson Motorsports team. He said, I've been racing against these guys for so long, running against them for wins and championships, racing guys like Connor Hall and Bobby McCarty, so was really looking forward to the opportunity after hopping out of the 14 that we've become so accustomed to seeing him run and win in to be able to hop over to this Nelson Motorsports team.
22, running decent so far, but not the run probably that he wants, especially when you compare him to his teammate, the 12 running up in 7th, and I think Connor Hall has done so much work within the number 12 this week trying to get it. Not saying Jared hasn't, as we see lap traffic being passed more by the 5 of Carson Brown, but clearly Connor Hall and whatever they did is working better in that 12 than the 22.
Well, also I think there's an adjustment period, right? And what a lot of folks out there, when you hear us talk about the chassis manufacturers that build these race cars, whether it's an RNS or a Hedgecock, a PRW, and Reynolds, which is the chassis that Nelson Motorsports has. Jared's used to an RNS chassis. That's what he's run with Jimmy Morin Racing for the last several years. So the adjustments that each car likes, the way it drives, what it likes, it's not a ton of difference, but there's minute differences that when everybody's this close is gonna be a big difference. So trying to figure all that out takes a little bit of an adjustment period when the competition is this good. There you see the 03, Brendan Queen, kind of starting to pick up pace and start to run down what the leaders have been doing. So we'll see, he's running 4th right now in the 03 car, but starting to kind of run some lap times that match or a little bit better than what Minnie Tyrell's doing in 3rd. Minnie's got a little bit of traffic in the form of Brady Penny, another one of the many local Dominion competitors here that are joining us tonight. But this race clicking along pretty quickly.
Well, and Connor Jones, you mentioned it was about 0.8 of a second back. Even through this lap traffic, it's 1.5 seconds for that 44. So he has not made up ground so far on that 5. The 5 is still the fastest car in the field pretty much each lap, especially when he has clean air. He's now looking at the back of that 2. Landon Lewis currently running at the back end of the top 5, exactly where he started. He's 4th in the championship points. He's missed a race, though. You think at this point, maybe if he wants to run and continue to run, he could, but he's really battling for race wins.
Want to make a note, we just saw Connor Hall pull his car down, and he is in the pit lane. So the number 12 Nelson Motorsports car, a hard left-hand turn towards the trailer, and he has put the window net down. So Connor Hall not going to end up in back-to-back victories here at Dominion Raceway tonight with 34 laps to go. He'll be what I believe is, yes, one of the only cars to pull down. And there you see Connor Hall climbing out with his Nelson Motorsports number 12 after running in about the 15th position or so the last couple of laps. There's Carson Brown, just got by some lap traffic as he's trying to build up a lead over Connor Jones. It was about 0.7 of a second, and honestly, it's pretty much stayed there this entire run. Connor Jones has to rely on some of this lap traffic to help him out a little bit, I think, to make up some of this ground.
Gap has closed in for Jones. He's now under 1 second of that number 5, Mini Tyrell. He's continuing to spiral backwards. You got to wonder what the damage was on the outside of those right tires with hanging outside of the 5 for so long, Blake. We know those ST3s.
Oh, trouble on the front stretch. Brian Henderson spun in a very precarious position here on the front stretch off of turn number 4. Not any hard contact that he makes with anybody else, but caution is out for cause for the first time tonight with 32 to go.
Brian Henderson in the number 16 was running in 25th before Connor Hall had to pull down. So just trying to make a good run in this number 16 for RNS race cars, but spinning off of turn 4. Solo spin, nobody else gets into him, but this is our first caution for cause.
Again, this was the ride that initially was piloted by Sam Butler in the early portions of the season. Was up in the top 3 in points to start this. And again, RNS still competing with this number 16 car to try and battle for an owner's championship to get back in that fight. As Henderson becomes the 3rd driver behind the wheel of that car, but just has had a rough go of it here at Dominion as of late. I believe Brandon Pierce will be the recipient of the lucky dog, so he'll circle back around to the lead lap. But again, an interesting spin based off of where it happened and kind of spinning across the field on the front straightaway. But good to see that they didn't make impact with any of these barriers that are here at Dominion Raceway.
These drivers have done a great job tonight of being patient and playing the long game, and we're 32 laps to go in this, and we got our first cause for caution. The HendrickCars.com pace car is out there setting up for a restart, and this is gonna, I think this really benefits, I think it benefits the top 4 except for the 5.
Yeah, well, and seeing how well Mini Tyrell was able to fire off on the outside lane. Again, you go a couple laps and it seems to go away, but that was a 10-lap battle on the outside. So if you're Connor Jones, you're lined up in this 2nd position right now. Wonder what spotter Joel Edmonds, what they're cooking up right now, because do you try to take that position on the outside row? I would be hard-pressed if they didn't. But it is something to think about, that maybe you go back down to the inside, because if you're not able to grab it, we've seen that it's been pretty difficult to get it. And believe that the cars or front cars thought they were choosing, and then Brandon Willard, our good veteran flagman, was waving the yellow flag to not indicate that they were choosing. But can't run over that choose cone. Heard in the drivers meeting at Old Pen, over that choose cone, you're going to the back like Landon Lewis was sent to the back at Caraway earlier this season.
Well, and it kind of, the cards were a little bit shown there under the table. 44 looked like he was going outside. So as you can see, the sun has set at Dominion Raceway. Track has become cooler, even though those Hoosier tires are out there running hard and running hot. But a beautiful sunset here in Woodford, Virginia. Drivers still going around another time, so will not yet make the choose. Looks like the 44 is probably going to choose the top.
Yeah, I would be hard. Again, what have we said? Carson Hocevar coined the phrase when he was with us at Tri-County a couple of years ago when he called one of these races, winners choose the front row. And it seems time and time again, that's the way you got to get it done. If you're Connor Jones, who, again, I think saw that with the air pressures low and that you have a little bit of a fighting chance, you just have about maybe a 2 or 3 lap window to get it done. Although he hung on for 10 laps or so.
Well, but you saw the damage it did. He fell back to 3rd and found a hole, but he was 2.5 seconds off of the lead and was not gaining any ground. So you choose the outside for the 44. You run the risk of not getting it done, and then those tires are overheated, Blake, and you're really not going to have enough time to mount a charge. You're not going to have enough time to cool them off with just 32 laps remaining.
Again, want to mention the tires that they are running here, different compound than what we usually run. The F45 Star is usually what is on these race cars. They have that on the left-hand side here this week in the ST3 tire, a little bit of a harder compound that they have to handle the load and the speeds, the 14 degrees of banking here at Dominion Raceway. Leads to a little bit less tire fall off. We've seen about half a second since the drop of the green flag. So Jones, well, he was maybe making that driver behind him think he might be taking the bottom. He ends up taking the top.
Top taken for the 44, same with the 03 of Brendan Queen. So 81, Minnie Tyrell will choose the bottom. Can't say we're too surprised either. You're in third, got to try to take the bottom. 88, he's going to choose the top, get up to the third row.
Watching all this on board our SRI Citrus Safe Cleaners drone. Here on the front straightaway, great shots by our terrific FloRacing crew all night long, bringing you the sights and sounds of the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Next up is North Wilkesboro. A little over a month's time, or a little under a month's time until we get to North Wilkesboro, but a great visit it always is when we go out there. A lot of racing going on, still on FloRacing. Across the pavement world, across the dirt world, a lot of these guys are looking forward to the Virginia Late Model Triple Crown. Of course, Scott, I know coming up to a place that's near and dear to your heart, Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 at South Boston coming up in pretty short order.
We'll be there. We'll be there. Get your tickets. And, hey, for all the Triple Crown, we'll have the Hampton Heat later on in July. It's going to be a great time. A lot of the drivers in this field will be there. But it's all about this race right now, the Minis Mission 125. Through the iRacing restart zone they go. Carson Brown on the bottom. Connor Jones up on the outside. Drivers taking it easy. Landon Lewis a little bit sideways in that third row, but look at Jones. He's going to try to power up around the outside. He has the lead right now, but Brown, he's done this once before. Jones will lead his first lap of the race with a monumentous run out of turn 4.
Well, again, the question is, can he get clear and off at turn 2? It looks like he's going to be able to do it. Fredericksburg, Virginia's Connor Jones looking to finally shut the door on Carson Brown, but a little bit of a slip up off at turn 4 is going to keep that 5 car in the fight.
The 44 just could not quite get to the bottom out of 3. He was nearly clear. Now this time he is clear once again. The 5 will back out, get a good run, give the tapper to the 44, but that almost launches the 44 through the corner. Connor Jones solo to the lead.
An incredible move by Connor Jones. Brown knew he had to get there and wasn't quite able to get under the 44 car. You could see he got a little tight behind the 44, and now Connor Jones, who has not enjoyed much clean air up to this point tonight, is fighting hard. Speaking of fighting hard, how about Carson Lofton? We just talked about him falling outside of the top 10. He restarted in 6th earlier in this race. He fell all the way back outside the top 10. Here he is rebounding, running 7th right now in his debut race with his brand new team.
Talk about a rebound. McCumbee, you said it, chose the outside on that other restart, the one before this. He'd fallen back to 13th. Now he's back into the 9th spot after a loss of position to the 4 of Parker Eatman, but that's still a 4-spot gain so far for the 16. Single file through the front 11. It is a battle for 12th between the 95 and the 51 of Donovan Strauss.
And again, those are AK Performance teammates running side by side together right now. Haven't mentioned London McKenzie a lot tonight, but he has impressed early in this Cars Tour season. Again, it's just been a little bit of a string of bad luck that has plagued him late or early on in this season. He's able to get clear of his number 51 teammate and Donovan Strauss. Matt Gould also back there, strong run for him. Gone up a couple of positions since the drop of the green flag, as you could say the same about Donovan Strauss, last year's FloRacing Fieldmaster Award winner for passing the most cars over the course of the 2025 season, as this is Lofton, Landon Lewis, who Lewis in that 29 car losing a couple of spots on that restart, trying to get back by Lofton. And in fact, Lofton just completed that pass a lap ago to get up into 6th. But Carson Brown now starting to pressure Connor Jones in the 44. He has not gone away, and in fact, he's been a bit quicker the last few laps.
300s faster that last time by, so the 5 closing back in, nearly giving the bumper to Jones once again. That time by, it was nearly equal between their lap times, and we just have 21 laps remaining. I think this is going to be a dogfight, Blake.
I love seeing the different approach here. Brown trying to enter the corner a little bit higher and cut down a little bit harder to get a little bit of clean air on the right nose of that 5 car to be able to build up some momentum on the 44 Connor Jones. This happening about 7 or 8 car lengths in front of Minnie Tyrell, so they have a little bit of space to sort this out. Problem for Carson Brown, running out of time, 19 to go.
still nearly running identical lap times. It's a little bit slower that time for Carson Brown. Really no fight behind from the 03 and the 81 running third and fourth. So it's really these two all out on their lonesome for now in what could be a final battle for the lead.
4 career wins for Connor Jones here in the Cars Tour. He's looking for number 5 tonight in his 69th career start here this season. He would join Caden Quapple as a multi-time winner in 2026 if he's able to hang on for 17 more laps. Brown able to keep pace with him. I think the problem and the big thing that Jones is going to have to worry about is if we stay green, where that lap traffic and when he's going to catch that lap traffic. Because the way the math works out, last couple of laps, it's definitely going to come into play.
It will come into play, but you're not really going to get into the bulk of it until about half a lap around. So only a couple of cars that the 44 will have to deal with if we remain under green all the way until the end. But honestly, he's probably not thinking about that right now. He's just trying to run at least equal lap times to the 5. He's built a gap of about 0.4 of a second, and he's holding it, Blake, with 14 laps remaining.
And great to see how these cars maintain their long run speed. Again, so many of them only could go about 4 or 5 laps yesterday because the track was so hot and so greasy that they'd build up enough temp in the tires that they really couldn't get a read. They weren't going to help themselves on what they had tonight. So not saying they were doing too much guessing, but there was a little bit of guesswork in what this track was going to be like, how much it changed, and where their car was going to be 30 or 40 laps into a run. And as much as we've had short run races the last couple of times out, it's been a long run type of race here tonight at Dominion Raceway.
And a long, long run. And you mentioned him just a couple of moments ago. If Connor Jones was to win, he would equal wins on the season with Caden Quapple in the number 88. Quapple started 11th. He's up into the top 5. Only one race this season has he finished outside of the top 5, and it was 8th for him back at Wake County, And so he's been having such a consistent run, and it shows you why that 88 is the championship leader.
Again, Connor Jones was 4th at Nashville Fairgrounds. Pretty high speed place there. Ran 2nd at Caraway. Unfortunately, just some issues at Ace where he started up in 3rd, had some problems. Oh, trouble, turn 2. It's Chase Burrow, and he has to get split by Brandon Pierce and Landon Huffman, who somehow avoided him sitting in the middle of the track.
Oh man, Landon Huffman, you could see it was a late move to the outside, and Huffman, who was our biggest mover through the first 45 laps, up 7 spots, was back down to 21st. But Chase Burrow, he was running inside the top 5. He needed a good run to stay in the top 5 in points.
That I was holding my breath.
I was too.
Because that could have been horrible. Burrow's in the middle. You can see, even from this camera shot, the marbles that are up on the high side. Pierce and Huffman were battling side by side by themselves, having a good race. And then all of a sudden, there's a car sitting in the middle of the track. Pierce goes low, Huffman goes high. This is how it ended up. Again, we heard some issues for Burrow down the front stretch. You can see the sparks. He's trying to save it. And oh boy, that was close.
Oh my goodness. And you can see all 4 tires up, so not a tire issue. Car just slowed down into 1. You're thankful not for a tire issue, because especially into turn 1, that would have been the worst place to have it. Nearly had the incident with Landon Huffman, but they were able to look out the windshield, avoid. So that's 2 spinners in our natural cause of cautions. And so a driver's able to avoid and keep out of it. So Connor Jones takes the lead on the final restart, but now we'll set up for a late race restart. Can Carson Brown take it back? We'll be right back for the Minis Mission 125.
5-star bodies, the most advanced bodies on the market, aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looks so good. Faster, lighter, stronger, better. 5-star.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
When it comes to supporting local short track racing, one company consistently goes above and beyond to help drive the progression of the sport, WG Speaks. For generations, they've been the trusted experts in the service, repair, and replacement of heating and air conditioning systems throughout Richmond, Virginia since 1943. With expertise spanning 3 generations, WG Speaks has built its reputation on treating every customer like family. WG Speaks, helping keep local racing strong.
And I want to say hello to our viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7. Thanks for tuning in for even more racing action. Stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app. So many ways to consume the ZMAX Cars Tour both tonight and all season long. By the way, Cars Tour West also running right after the conclusion of this race, and the America Racers coming up with 50 laps of the second leg of their twin right after here at Dominion. They have chosen Connor Jones on the inside. Carson Brown going to try to wrestle away the lead in a dash to the finish for the Minis Mission 125. 2 former winners of this race on row 2. 2 drivers trying to win it for the first time on row 1. HendrickCars.com pace car pulls down to the pits and into the iRacing restart zone. Connor Jones will try to win it home. He's got 10 laps left to do it. A huge stack up. Big damage for Donovan Strauss further back in the field. Carson Brown takes the lead. And they are going to throw the caution again.
Jace Hale has damage. Landon Huffman just got into the back of him into turn 1, so the caution is out. Big stack up on that restart. Pace car going to pull out into turn 2 and recollect the field. They will stay double wide for the moment.
So Strauss has the damage, almost exactly like the damage he got here 1 year ago in a stack up. The exact same situation on a restart. He can barely see out his front windshield. He's staying on track right now, and they are staying doubled up, and it's going to be a restart violation, not for Connor Jones, but for Carson Brown. And a new penalty that is being issued this year on the front row, that if you have or you jump a restart, they're going to move you back to the second row. So Brown not sent all the way to the tail of the field, but that allows Brendan Queen to start on the front row.
You could not script it any better. Gets into the wall on lap 2, battles, falls all the way down to 7th, and now through this, he's up on the front row. And it's exactly how we saw Connor Jones take the lead last time. And you best believe that the 03 is going to be giving it everything he's got, because he's got nothing to lose.
We are 4 wide under caution, so I don't think we're going to be able to go green. They throw the caution lights back on, as I believe that was Strauss who was, I think, going to try to get back in line and join the field back with his track position, see if he could hold on there for the last couple of laps. And appears they're not going to do that, or they're going to flag that car. I believe they flagged that car in to be able to push that hood down before they get back going green, although the lights are back off on the HendrickCars.com pace car.
So Brendan Queen outside. That's exactly where he started this race, and we mentioned it, outside of the 5 restart violation that last time. He goes back into 4th. And so how can he battle back in with just 10 to go to maybe get back in this fight of a race that he has led the most laps? He's never won in ZMAX Cars Tour competition. But it's 2 drivers who have already won before within the first 3 positions. 2 of them on the front row. It's Queen and Jones. They get away. Jones with a monstrous restart. 03 falling back.
There's a little bit of a stack up behind Carson Brown again. Lofton's going to be stuck on the top side 3 wide. Connor Jones going to be able to close the door on the 03 car to try to bring it back.
Lofton off the pace in turn 4. He's going to pick it back up, but he has lost every position. He's back to 22nd, and it's Jones trying to pull away from the 03.
Yeah, Lofton is slow and off the pace on the backstretch, but we continue to stay green. What a heartbreaker for the driver looking to impress with his brand new team, and that he did. He's just not going to get the finish to align with that. 8 laps to go here at Dominion, and Connor Jones pulling away from the 2 Dodges, the 2 colleague racing teammates that are battling it out out for the second position.
Looks like the 03 of Queen just doesn't have the speed to keep up in that second position. Mini Tyrell nearly into the back bumper, has never finished outside of the top 6 in this race, but Mini had never led a lap in this race until his win last year where he led every lap but one.
Donovan Strauss went down into the pits. So did Carson Lofton in the 20 car. 6 laps to go. This all exactly what Connor Jones wants to see in his rear view mirror. Butterbean hanging on to second. Mini Tyrell trying to give him a fight, and Carson Brown trying to recover as well. Oh, trouble! One car hard to the inside wall in turn 4. Chase Burrow is stopped right at the pit entry, and it is going to draw the caution flag again.
Burrow able to get rolling. Damage for the first time tonight. We saw something go wrong within that number 5 in turns 1 and 2. Blake was able to avoid contact by anybody else, but makes contact with the inside wall there to bring out a late race caution.
And a precarious spot to be there as he made contact with the inside wall on the apron. A bit of a different set of circumstances here for Chase Burrow, involved in his second caution of the night. They're going to send him back out there. Here's the replay again. This is a dogfight back here. You can see that car is already smoking. Huge stack up. And then, I mean, Huffman's trying the best he can to slow down for that, but that's about 8 cars all stacking up. There's no way he can see that.
Exactly. You got to remember that these drivers are just so low in these race cars. Brendan Queen said, you know, after being in the truck for so long, I forgot how little space I had, and that includes vision. And Landon Huffman just was not able to see that stack up 3 cars in front of him, and it was too quick for a spotter to say anything. Burrow's back out of the racetrack, but smoke still coming a little bit out from under that car. So got to wonder maybe with the smoke coming out if race control is going to look at that and not look at it too kindly.
And you see the left front, the nose damage on that 5 car, and I believe that he may be getting a call to look at that again as he got up to speed, and still see a little bit of a trail of smoke there for Chase Burrow. As unfortunate for Connor Jones, it pretty much happened to Connor Hall last time out at Langley too, that he drove away on a number of restarts. He'd already built up a lead of 0.8 of a second, and all of that is gone just like that.
So Jones, he got a great restart last time, and it was perfect. It just looks like Queen, the car and the damage that he got in turn 4, just doesn't have the speed to possibly contend for this win. Now, he didn't get the most amazing restart. We're never going to put him out of it, absolutely. So maybe this time, if getting a better restart from the outside, maybe he could pinch down Jones and manipulate it that way and try to get it on the outside of Jones. But it's going to be very, very tough, Blake. Jace Hale, he's in the pit lane, was running outside of the top 15. Had looked pretty decent in practice throughout yesterday and even the first practice session today, but didn't have the greatest qualifying effort in that number 15. It was 21st. He'd moved up a couple positions, but he's in the pit lane now late in the going.
Yeah, he was that stack up, I think, that the Donovan Strauss was involved in, may have also tagged the 15 as well. We've had a number of instances here at this racetrack for stack ups on restarts, and I think it's partly because the iRacing restart zone is a little further out of the corner than most tracks, where you're kind of exiting the corner as the restart zone approaches. And Connor Jones, I saw him that last time. Most of the leaders here in the Card Store competition, they go early. They may even try to jump that initial roll into the restart zone. Jones has been patient, and everybody gets impatient when that happens because he's been going late in the restart zone the last 1 or 2 times by.
Getting the word, Jace Hale into the pits, overheating issues in that engine. So he will pull off and put the window net down. But you said it, possible stack-ups, and the race had been so clean. Drivers have been so clean through those first 80 laps, but now with just 6 to go, Blake, pretty much everything's off the table.
Well, if you're Connor Jones, do you change it up here, right? You got Carson Brown basically penalized by going later. He was anticipating it, went a little bit too early. That last time, you have a little bit of a stack up further back in the field, but Brendan Queen, he got to start on the outside, get a taste of it. Again, I think the one thing you want to be as a leader in this situation is unpredictable. And now Jones has all of that in play, whether he can go early or late in the iRacing restart zone.
And it was perfect for him last time because the 81 and 03, the Colleague Ram teammates in the Truck Series had gotten caught up with each other. They were racing for that second position, and Jones was able to get out by a 7/10 of a second lead when the late race caution came out. Lights are off on the HendrickCars.com pace car. 1 to go. It'll be 6 laps to go in this race to decide the 2026 Minis Mission 125. Could we see a 10th different winner, or will we see our first ever repeat winner in Brendan Butterbean Queen or the 81 of Mini Tyrell?
Want to make a note before we go green. London McKenzie has gotten back up to 8th. Chad McCumbee, who fell back earlier, is in 7th. And how about it? Trayton Lapsevich choosing 9th on this restart. They have fought back from the handling issues that plagued that car when he was able to stay on the lead lap. Coming back to 6 to go. Connor Jones, Brendan Queen through the iRacing restart zone, and we're back underway at Dominion. Queen with the fight off at 2. They're going to be 3 wide for the lead. Mini Tyrone to the bottom. Brendan Queen almost clear of Jones. They're side by side. Contact. They slide, and Tyrell gets by. 5 to go.
3 wide for second. Eatman on the bottom. Jones falling back quickly. 03 going to keep it clean, stack up into 4th. Everyone keeps it clean, able to check up 03 into the back of Eatman. Where did Eatman come from? But it's Mini Tyrell, who's been running top 3 all night, in the lead with 4 laps to go. Jones having a problem spinning into turn 1. Drivers avoiding Jared Fryer, massive contact, and his teammate, the 57 of Landon Huffman, piles in. Caution is out.
And the wonderful night for Connor Jones that looked like it was poised to be in Cookout Victory Lane right at home in Fredericksburg, Virginia, has come to an early end. And Landon Huffman, his Carroll Speed Shop teammate, struggling tonight in the Texas Roadhouse Chevrolet. Nowhere to go. He missed one wreck earlier. He couldn't miss that one.
It was looking perfect with 6 laps remaining. Caution comes out for Chase Burrow. And it was a decent restart, but it was Mini Tyrell making it 3 wide, and Jones just trying to hang on to the car in the middle of 3 wide, fell back and seemed to have a problem as he fell back to 5th spot, spun into turn 1. You can see
that's the lead podium performance. Some crew members over there that were not too pleased with how all of that unfolded.
Red flag has been displayed. Drivers are parked in turn 3 and on the back straightaway. First red flag of this race in the Minis Mission 125. Jones, you can see it, throwing the Hans device, throwing the gloves. That is a driver that is more than frustrated.
And understandably so. I think he was just in the middle of a bad situation. And again, you got to think he was, just a couple of laps away from winning this thing. He was up in the lead, had about a second advantage over the rest of the field. And you can see Justin Carroll there and his team evaluating the damage as both of their cars get collected at the same time.
Well, this win would have been huge as well. 39th back from Quapple, sitting 3rd in this championship, and what could have gained in on that lead with Quapple being back in 6th spot is going to all go away in just a few short moments.
Let's take another look at it. Going into turn 1, and that's where the contact started between 5 and 44.
Oh.
Jared Fryer just barely gets tagged. And again, Landon Huffman, nowhere to go for him to try to avoid that one.
Well, and with where the 44 spin, as we get another look at it, it looked like Jones was trying to get into that inside, get clear of the 5, and just came up over the nose of the 5, got him loose into turn 1, and just where he spun, the 22, too wide, had nowhere to go on the outside of it. Same with Huffman.
Yeah, or was just trying to kind of get set up to arc down into the corner.
It looked like he might have gotten tagged from Huffman a little bit with the 22.
May have, as he was trying to avoid all of that, but unfortunate situation. You can see Connor Jones sitting there in kind of a disbelief. Again, it's hard to ask more of what he was able to do as a driver tonight, what he was able to accomplish, and the race that he ran, and for that all to come crashing down here late in the going, 5 laps to go. It's tough for the young man. You feel for him.
It is definitely tough. 2 bad weeks in a row for the Carroll Speed Shop drivers, for both of them. And it goes wrong for the both. 57 up on the hook now. That Texas Roadhouse car. Landon Huffman, he had been really battling it out. He had been up to 13th. He was down to 21st. He had been moving back and forth through this field, even had contact with Donovan Strauss. So we will step aside with just 4 laps remaining in the 2026 Minis Mission 125. Don't go anywhere. This is the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear.
Back with you here at Dominion Raceway as the red flag has been lifted and we are back under yellow flag conditions after a crash in turn 1 involving Connor Jones, who was up front late in this race, looked poised to perhaps go to Cookout Victory Lane, but unfortunately will not end in that fashion for him tonight at Dominion. We requested to speak with Connor. He politely declined to talk with us, and understandably so. A frustrating night comes to an early end for Connor Jones. That will put Mini Tyrell, Brendan Queen, Parker Eatman, who just, I don't know, it just fell into his lap. He passed about 3 or 4 cars, it felt like, in one corner. He's got a chance here. Then Carson Brown, 4th, and Chad McCumbee, who's just found a way to just hang around all night.
McCumbee looking for the second top 5 of the season. And with what has transpired over these last 15 laps, you never know what could happen. Maybe he could get up on the podium and get back to that top 3 for the first time since last year's Minis Mission 125. Caden Quapple been hanging out in 6th place. A solid run for him. It would be his only second finish outside of the top 5.
So again, they had to do a little bit of work where Landon Huffman's car came to rest. To continue under caution, let's hear from Carson Lofton, who's standing by with Adam Welbrock.
Catching up with Carson's teammate, Jared Fryer. Jared, obviously not the way you wanted to start your tenure with Nelson Motorsports. Take us through the incident from your perspective.
Oh, man, we were racing hard there, and the one time I got on the top there, it bit me in the butt. I just kept getting in the wrong lines there and couldn't ever go. And unfortunately, we just got stuck on the top there, and Connor went around in front of us. I seen it, and I just couldn't avoid it. I think I had a little help from behind, too, and then spun right into him and hit the right rear end into our night. Sucks because Barry gave me a good piece, and just can't thank all those by Nelson Town Bank, Toyota, everybody at Barry Nelson Motorsports, and everybody that's helped us put this thing together, and hopefully we come out here and do it again.
They'll be strong if they do come back. Guys, a tough end to the debut for Nelson Motorsports with Jared Fryer.
Yeah, tough night overall as both of their cars not going to see the end of this race. As far as cars that are out or listed as out of this event, it'll put Connor Jones and Landon Huffman in that category as well. But Brian Henderson, Donovan Strauss, Mason Bailey, Connor Hall in that group as well. Also, Landon Lewis had some problems. He's currently scored 3 laps behind the race leader, so had some problems at some point in this race. Lights are out on the HendrickCars.com pace car, currently being shown 5 laps to go here at Dominion. Mini Tyrell, Brendan Queen, side by side, each looking to become the first multi-time winner in the Cars Tour at Dominion. Here they are to settle the Minis Mission 125.
Queen, another decent launch from the outside, but Tyrell, he's been so strong this weekend as well. He's going to pinch the 0-3 up high. 5 will have to check up. Look at Eatman. He's going to send it into turn 3, looking for P2. Across the line, it's Mini Tyrell.
And not what he wanted to see. Parker Eatman is going to be able to get clear of Brendan Queen as the Lee Pulliam teammates will be side by side for position number 3. Coming around to 3 to go. Does Parker Eatman have enough time to make up about 5 car lengths on Mini Tyrell? He's just got 3 laps to get the job done.
Eatman, not a lot of time left. 0-3 of Queen, trying to get down into that 3rd spot outside of the 5 of Carson Brown, who dominated tonight before the halfway mark. Mini Tyrell up with the lead, 2 to go. Battle settled for 3rd, 0-3 into 3rd. White flag is out this time. Mini Tyrell is in the lead. He won this race 1 year ago. Then he won the Ram race for the seat and went to fight for a championship in the Craftsman Truck Series. Now he's back with us for the 3rd time this season. He hadn't led a lap in this race until last year. He'll win it back-to-back for the 2nd time in the Minis Mission 125 in the Cars Tour race at Dominion. Mini Tyrell, first back-to-back winner in our 10 visits to Dominion in the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, and it did not come easy for him, Blake.
No, it did not. It didn't come easy for any of these drivers tonight, but had a fast car and was in the right place at the right time to take advantage. And for the 2nd consecutive year, Mini Tyrell will be able to celebrate as a winner at his home race. Again, it's been different for him. Was talking to him yesterday about just the drastic changes that he's had in his life, joining Colleague Racing as a part of the Ram Race for the Seat reality TV show that he went on to earn and win that seat in this ride. He moved down to Mooresville, North Carolina, and it's been a big adjustment for him not being here, being local to this area any longer, and the stresses that comes with putting on an event of this magnitude when he's not here anymore. Still soldiered on, found a way to get the job done. We'll hear from Parker Eatman as well as Brendan Queen, your top three. Carson Brown ends up in fourth. Chad McCumbee and Caden Quapple, I should say, they had quite a battle on the last lap. McCumbee ends up getting the best of Quapple there on the last lap to make that pass to get up into the top 5. And how about your two championship points leaders in positions 6 and 7? London McKenzie ends up in 8th, Doug Barnes 9th, and then Matt Gould a top 10. But Minnie Tyrell, he's not even going to wait to get in Cookout Victory Lane. He's going to climb out here in front of the fans at Dominion.
Back-to-back in the Minis Mission 125, and it came in quite a show, and he'll do the bow in honor of Kyle Busch. Third start of the year, was leading at Wake County when him and Doug Barnes Jr. got into their incidents, but now he fought for it hard and has won in the second year and now in the 4th annual Minis Mission 125.
He looked at me yesterday, he said, well, it's the same old Dominion, and he gets the same old results here. This has historically been his best racetrack when he was a young gun in this series. Hard to imagine that he's been a part of this series.
No finish worse than 6th.
Yeah, as long as he has. Still is young, but is a veteran in the eyes of many of these competitors and is able to get the job done. He's got the Sunoco Racing Fuels checkered flag. And in just a couple of moments, it'll be Minnie Tyrell climbing out in Cookout Victory Lane. I'm sure a very happy Tyrell family and many happy families down there in Victory Lane, Adam.
He is ready to climb out after a hard-fought victory here tonight. Guys, only led a handful of laps, but he led the most important one in this number 81 Dodge. He is definitely breaking a little sweat down here in the car. Going to take a moment to just collect his thoughts. Obviously, a huge win a year ago. This one, got to imagine, just a step higher, winning it for the 2nd consecutive time. Got to do the rowdy bow there on the front stretch, but now they're ready to celebrate in Cookout Victory Lane. Minnie Tyrell is a winner for the 2nd year in a row. Hugs for the TTR race team. They are fired up. Driver 81, probably the happiest person on the planet right now as he gets hugs from every single one of the crew members, friends and family down here helping out with this entire weekend. Minnie, and he's gonna get a hug from Scout, his guest of Minnie's Mission here tonight. She's going to hold the checkered flag for you, buddy. Last year was huge. This one seems to be just a little bit better. How did you pull this one off?
Oh, man, that was I didn't think we had it, man. I mean, Carson and Connor were the two best cars. I mean, they were really good, and I thought we were equally as good. We just didn't have the track position on them, and, you know, Connor and they got to racing down there in 1 and 2, and I saw my opportunity and just knew that was the only way I could win the race, so that's what I went ahead and did, and worked out. We just held on and fought to the end.
Is this one maybe a little bit more satisfying than the last one? Take me through your emotions right now.
Yeah, it's so much more satisfying. It's just hard fought. Like, last year we led so many laps and had a dominant car and won the race. This year, I really had to work for it. So, man, that just feels good to get a win this year. Feels good. I got my mojo back in me a little bit. Thank you to all these race fans for being here tonight. Let me hear you. Woo! It means the world to me that y'all come out here and support this mission and this race. And, man, I'm so blessed to have Scout here with me. Come here, Scout. Quit being shy. And, man, this girl right here, this is the strongest girl I know. And, man, she's so inspiring. She has no idea. And that's why we do this, man. We just got to keep going. Go to minismission.org, make a donation. We're going to help good families and bring awesome families to the racetrack.
So the way I see it, 125 guests for you this weekend. They're all invited to the party tonight.
Oh, absolutely. There's going to be a big one, man. But I can't thank Ram Trucks and Colleague Racing for everything they've done for me this year and elevate me to go run the cars or the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series and getting to come back and run the Cars Tour. It's been an absolute pleasure. And never taking these wins for granted, man. They mean so much to win. They're so hard to win. Huge thanks to Carter's Performance Exhaust, Gateway Shell Station in Gainesville. They're on the car this weekend with me, the Pennenberg family. Love you guys. And yeah, man, this one just means a lot. We're going to celebrate this one a long time.
They are ready to celebrate in Cookout Victory Lane. Mini Tyrell gets it done for the second year in a row. He's completed the mission again, Blake.
That he has, and again, that mission will continue to go on, but he's completed this race a couple of times. You can see the win stickers still harkening back to his very successful 2025. There's his father, Timothy, who has been such a big supporter of him. Again, I'm at a number of these Craftsman Truck Series races, and of course his #1 fan is down there in the pit box cheering him on and watching along with the pit crew that he has at Colleague Racing, about as anxious as anybody that you can see. And what a great story for him to come back and be able to do this at his home racetrack for the second time, and be able to enjoy a ZMAX Cars Tour win again, because they're so hard to come
They are.
by.
Only won 5. This is the 5th of his career, and it meant so much to him last year to win his own race in the Minis Mission 125. And I think this one, Adam asked all the right questions, and Minnie said it. I think this one just meant just a little bit more. And you got to think that this initiative every year, it just gets more and more important. This year we saw so many drivers have those families with them, and it's meant so much. Adam Wilbrock is with Parker Eatman, who finished second.
Standing by with driver 4, Parker. It was a hard-fought couple of restarts there. Would you do anything differently if you could do it over again?
Be a little faster at the end. Minnie had a really good car, and I don't know, we finished second in Minnie and Minnie's mission, so you can't be too mad about it. We had a great Vet Adventures, Sport Fisher Energy, Southern Bank Chevrolet. Just one step closer to the win.
Did you guys need anything more out of the race car, or how was your race car handling there towards the end?
We didn't fire off the best the first 50 laps, but it eventually came to me, and we clawed and scratched there at the end. But overall, a really good car brought by Matt Piercy. I mean, these guys are the best in the business, so I can't thank them enough. Just on to Sobo in 2 weeks and go get another.
Parker Eatman settles for second tonight, but the 14 keeping their heads held high. We're going to go down here and talk to P3 finisher Brendan Butterbean Queen, who got it done in 2024 as the late model stock champ, and now he's celebrating down here, just having a chat with the Lee Pulliam Performance team, my man. And P3 tonight, it looked like about the second or third lap, this race was over. Take me through your roller coaster evening.
Yeah, that one was my fault. Just got a little high there and got the fence. The other times I got ran into fence, if the audience saw that. So story for another day. Proud of these Lee Pulliam guys. Proud of what we're doing, coming back and having speed, not being in the car in a while, and just, man, so fun to race with Lee again and have a Dodge nose on it. Thankful I get to go live out my dream and be a race car driver for a living, but at the same time, it's always fun to fill in off weekends. So thanks to Colleague Racing for allowing me to go do this on an off weekend. And I got to thank David West, Racing Engines, BRC, the whole Staten family, Hedgecock Race Cars, Teddy with the shocks. My man did a good job. And we had a lot of fun. It was hot. Big T did a good job spotting. All the guys on the team did a good job in the heat, so I was super proud of that. Thank the Lord for keeping us safe, and wanted to win this one big. My grandma's funeral is tomorrow, so we wanted to get it for her, but super cool weekend for everybody with Minnie's Mission, and happy to be a part of it.
And Brendan Queen going to finish P3 on the night, and going to have a few more races later this season, guys, but no give-up attitude propels them to a podium finish here tonight.
And great job there by all of these competitors who, again, up front, they had to fight so hard for this one here at Dominion. And, we have a little bit of off time. We heard Parker Eatman mention we'll go get him in 2 weeks at South Boston Speedway, referencing the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, the first leg of the NASCAR Virginia late model Triple Crown that'll be right here on FloRacing in a couple of weeks. Outside of Cars Tour competition, we don't get back in action until Wilkesboro. A couple weeks from now, it's going to be a little bit of a long wait through some of these summer months, but can't wait to get there. And how we talk about the challenge this track was for these drivers and teams. Imagine Wilkesboro, which again, these teams can't really go. There's a test day scheduled, but they can't practice at that track the same as they can here at Dominion. It's going to be hot. middle of July. That's going to make for a great show.
Drivers thought it was hot today. It is going to be hot in mid-July. You can see the hug from Parker Eatman. Let's take a look at the race recap from the 2026 Minis Mission 125. It was Carson Brown taking his first career pole in a lead podium performance. Teammates 10 laps side by side, middle of this race between the 81 and the 5, but the 5 came forward after the 10.
And I think the story of the race is going to be what could have been for that 44 car that you could see. He was running at third at this portion. He passed Minnie Tyrell over the course of a couple of long runs that we had over the course of this race to get back up into second, and then took the lead on the outside, something that we saw was an Achilles heel for anybody that was out there. He was able to get the lead, get the job done, clear Carson Brown without laying a fender on him, and then tried to defend his lead, but some carnage in the back of the field put us in some tough situations here.
That's the caution that came out that set us up for this 3-wide move, the move that would win Minnie Tyrell the race. It's a little tap for the 03, 3-wide once again. Just put the 44 in a really bad spot, 3-wide for second, and then you can see Minnie got all the way from it. Jones tries to get back in front of the 5. He gets upset in 1, and there comes Jared Fryer and teammate Landon Huffman.
A tough night after such a strong running for the Carroll Speed Shop team. We'll see if Jared Fryer, Landon Huffman will regroup. And for the second straight year, it is Timothy Tyrell Jr., as they call him Minnie, going to victory lane for the second consecutive year in the Minis Mission 125.
FloRacing, we're so glad that we're so glad that you have been on top of it. And, you know, we got 24 FloRacing 24/7. We're going to have the Cars Tour West starting after this as well, but it is racing live on Flo, streaming the biggest moments across dirt, pavement, and beyond with FloRacing. Get live events, replays, highlights, and exclusive content all in one place so you never miss a lap. Stream it all, stream it live on FloRacing. Thank you, drivers and fans and friends, for watching on FloRacing 24/7. Sign up for a FloRacing subscription today. There's a lot of great stuff to come throughout the summer, Blake.
And speaking of great things to come, how about the race that's coming up? We still got America Racer late models that'll be on track here for the second leg of their 50-lap twin event here at Dominion Raceway. And, of course, as you mentioned, Cars Tour West will be back in action following the conclusion of that race. But it is Minnie Tyrell in ZMAX Cars Tour Victory Lane. On behalf of Blake McCandless and Scott Shive, we thank you so much for joining us. We'll turn the reins over to Brandon Fuller to get the local racing back underway here at Dominion. We'll see you next time.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dominion Raceway, FloRacing, Mini Mission 125. We've got the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. Twin number 2 coming up to finish out the night strong for us. We just saw Mini Tyrell with the mission accomplished 2 times in a row, 2025, 2026. He parks it in the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane for the Z-Max Cars Tour. So big shout out, congratulations to Mini Tyrell and his crew coming out Mini's mission victorious. So we've got the Illusion Wrap pace car there on the grid with our Truck and Thunder America Racer late model drivers getting set up. Got a couple of those still getting on to track, it looks like. The number 3 of Willie Mullins got the hood off his machine. He's over there with the crew trying to get him set up. Truck and Thunder America Racer late models getting ready to go green flag racing. Had to jump over on the other side of the booth real quick as we've got the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models almost green flagging with the Illusion Wraps pace car pulling down pit road. We've got John Medeiros in the flag stand ready to give a good hard flag wave. Kayla Searles, Jack Owens on the front row. Green flag is out for the final race of the night. Into the corners 1 and 2 they go. Jack gave the top spot away quickly. Now here's David Blankenship in the 11 to the inside of the number 9. We'll see what they do going into turns 3 and 4. Blankenship clearing the 9. Now here's Storm on the back of the 9. Jack Owens looking like he was going to pull a little crossover there to get back under Blankenship, but not going to be able to pull that move as Josh Blankenship now moves to the inside and passes Richard Storm. Here comes the 31 of Aaron Donnelly. Dominated that first race until a few laps to go. He blew a right front tire, went at the outside of the wall at turn 4. Now we see him picking back through the field is Kayla Searles, who also had some issues in the first race. Loose spark plug wire would send her to the attention of her crew before the racing was finished. So Donnelly right there on the backside of Josh Blankenship in the 4. He's looking for another position here. Looks like he's going to get it. Side by side across the stripe, the 31 and the 4 going to turns 1 and 2. The 31 of Donnelly rolling the corner. You see him getting off of 1 now and stretching out in front of Blankenship in the 4 machine. Blankenship rolled up on the bumper there. Thought about making a little kiss of the caboose, but thought he'd save it for another date. So now Jack Owens slips back in front of the clutches of Big Willie Mullins. Big Willie Mullins moving to the inside of the number 9 machine. So Willie Mullins makes the pass. Now you've got Richard Storm also moving to the inside of the Chesterfield, Virginia native 14-year-old driver Jack Owens. Jack out there driving again for C.R. Phillips. John Bray, crew chief in the youngster. He's up front. Meanwhile, you got still Kayla Searles enjoying a nice run out front with nobody around her right now as the on-call concrete machine looks to dial up some speed. He's got some time left in the bag, 41 laps to go. For Kayla Searles and co. Right now, she's leading the way by a decent margin. That's a 25-year-old driver out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, running a Torp chassis, Brian Tanner motor. Tony Cully is the crew chief for that machine. She's running bad fast around the high bank right now at Dominion. She's going to come up on the 70 of Michael Pfeiffer here in just a little bit. Pfeiffer is a 43-year-old Fredericksburg native running for Storm Racing. He's crew chief by his son Mason. You see the 47 of Chris Donnelly going to work on the back of David Blankenship. Chris Donnelly, your winner from race number 1 tonight. There's Michael Pfeiffer, a little bit off of pace there as the field goes around. 37 laps to go. The field catching up with the number 9 of James Johnson. That's a 32-year-old driver out of Spotsylvania, Virginia. He just turned 32 last Wednesday. Drives for his father, Ed Johnson, Johnson Construction. As Aaron Donnelly is pulled right up on the backside of Kayla Searles with 36 laps remaining. Donnelly's got plenty of time to get around the Fraternal Order of Eagle 411 dig machine as he starts digging down the front stretch. Kayla throws a block, getting into the corner there, and Donnelly will lift her up and spin her around out of 2. Caution will fly for the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. That's the first caution of this second Twin 50 event. And the WG Speaks caution flag will go up. Searles not going to be happy with that one, running up front and enjoying a clean run so far. Donnelly gets up on the bumper there and might have put a little bit too much contact on the rear as we may see the 31 get sent to the rear for causing that issue there. We'll see. That's going to push Josh Blankenship in the 4 to the top spot, if I am correct here. So once again, big shout out to everybody watching at home at FloRacing. Of course, if you came out here to enjoy the racing action in person, we appreciate you coming out here to Dominion Raceway. So we've got the replay here. You see a little bit of blocksy going on into turn 1 and a little bit of contact there right on that 411 dig quarter. Jack Owens, the Firewall Deep machine. The attention of his crew on pit road. Firewall Deep is the book authored by Chris Phillips. Going to check that out on Amazon, wherever you get your books from. He actually autographed a copy and sitting on my desk down there in the booth. I'm greatly appreciative of that. I'm going to give it a read. I'm more of a picture book guy myself, but I have done a little bit of research on the story, and it actually looks like it may be a good, interesting, hookable story to read based on some true events. Look at this guy on the scissor lift there. Big shout out to the FloRacing camera crew for getting the best shots in all of racing. Big thank you to them for providing some excitement for y'all to be able to watch from home. It's awesome. It doesn't necessarily beat the experience in person. You can't necessarily smell and feel that rubber smacking you off the track if you're really close up by the fence. We will have the security tell you to get back, though. That is a safety concern. So we've got Camping World, of course, big sponsorship here at Dominion Raceway with Camping World, providing entry to kids 15 and under all season long to all of our motorsports events. We also do Friday night no prep street racing here at Dominion Raceway every Friday night. Exit 118 off I-95 in Thornburg, Virginia, just south of those Richmond, north of Richmond. You can come on here, bring your grocery getter. You can bring your go-kart, your motorcycle, your truck, car, van, I don't care. As long as it's got headlights on that thing, come on out. 1/8 no prep drag racing on Friday night with us. We do it every Friday night, weather permitting, all the way up till the week before Thanksgiving. Come on out here and give thanks with us. Get by going fast as the Illusions Wraps pace car pulls down pit road pretty fast. We've got green flag action for the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models once again, side by side into corners 1 and 2 they go. Josh Blankenship and Eddie Johnson, no, Chase Johnson getting a little squirrely on the outside there, trying to get position as Josh Blankenship runs away from the field out front with that clean air. Good run by the Blankenship crew right now as David Blankenship's fighting for second with Johnson on the outside of him. So Chase Johnson squarely into second now. You see Chris Donnelly back there a few spots. He's fighting for fourth over Eddie Johnson. So two old dogs on track right now might be exchanging blows here around the high banked, and Donnelly looked like he was going to go way high and try to take Blankenship and Johnson on the outside, but everybody got it sorted before that action took place as they go down the backstretch side by side. Still, Eddie Johnson having a hard time pulling alongside Blankenship. Blankenship pulling a nice line on the outside there, and Donnelly showing a strong run on the outside. Donnelly with so much speed on the outside gets bumped into Blankenship as Blankenship got a little unsorted. That throws them all around there. Josh Blankenship is having some fun out front. David Blankenship is getting spun around in the back of the pack, or at least midway there. Maybe we get a caution. WG speaks. Yellow flag flies. We'll see Chris Donnelly in the on-call concrete 47 machine carrying a lot of speed into the corner in that outside lane, and David Blankenship also carrying some speed entering the corner. He had to get hard on the binders midway through the corner there. It looked like the car was getting tight, so he was having to double, triple, and maybe quadruple turn that thing out the middle, and a little bit of brakes, and here comes Donnelly right into the bumper. Got the push truck coming to the rescue as the replay flies. There it is. And then unfortunately, Kayla Searles has to lock him down. It's a tough break for Kayla Searles as she was having a strong night, and just like that, she has found herself in another WG Speaks caution. So Blankenship getting the push from the track truck. That's David Blankenship in the 11 as Josh Blankenship in the number 4. Sitting out front right now. He's got Chase Johnson ready to battle it out with him for the restart. It'll be Josh's command once they go through that race restart zone. You see on your front stretch there, folks, the 2 white lines starting just outside the exit of turn 4 and just in the middle of our Mary Washington Healthcare apron banner. You're right, the pace car going through the restart zone now, so that's where we'll be watching Josh Blankenship in the 4. We'll be watching for him to get in the gas right there. Everybody will be waiting for the 4 to hit the loud pedal before they're able to do the same. They're all going to go into 1 and 2 and hope like heck they can hold on, because we're coming down now with 32 laps. It looks like remaining in our 50-lap event here to close out the night. So lots of sand left in the hourglass, if you will, to trickle out. Lots of opportunity for the field to get shaken up. We saw the first race of this night, the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. Aaron Donnelly was squarely atop the leaderboard and had quite a bit of distance between himself and P2 of Chase Johnson before unfortunately blowing a tire top of turn 4, coming to a rest. A little side-by-side action with a restart would end up seeing Father Chris Donnelly in the 47 on-call concrete machine playing backup receptionist. They're picking up the phone. They're on call. And they're picking up in the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane. They're going to try to do it one more time tonight. Take 2 trophies back to Donnelly Racing Camp. As the Illusions Wraps pace car cuts the lights, taking the field down the backstretch. We've got Josh Blankenship, Chase Johnson, Eddie Johnson, Willie Mullins And your 2 front rows there. Then behind that, Aaron Donnelly, Richard Storm, Kayla Searles, Chris Donnelly, Blankenship, Johnson, Owens, green flag for the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models once again here at Dominion Raceway. Good start by Josh Blankenship as he clears the 57 down the backstretch of Chase Johnson. Johnson going to stay in that middle to outside groove, see if he can't keep that momentum around the Ring of Fire here as they go back into turns 1 and 2 now. You see the field behind them sorting things out. That's Donnelly on the bumper of Eddie Johnson in the 15. And Richard Storm moving past the number 3 of Willie Mullins. So here comes Kayla Searles to the inside of Big Willie. Now meanwhile up front, looks like we have a battle for the lead. Chase Johnson to the inside of Josh Blankenship. Blankenship given plenty of room, lots of respect on track right now with those 2 drivers. As they go into turns 1 and 2 side by side. Still with Blankenship on the outside with an advantage, dragging down the backstretch now. The number 4 holding on to the outside groove, but Chase Johnson smooth on the inside. He'll come across the line. Give it to Johnson that time around. We'll see if he can hold on to that one, come back with 28 laps to go. He's got to try to get in front of this number 4 car, clear the nose and set sail. He will do that here. He clears the nose of the 4. We'll see if Blankenship sets up a little crossover move here. Not going to have enough. Johnson, your new leader with 27 laps to go. Can Chase Johnson hold off the field? Johnson out front, right behind him. Josh Blankenship's got some pressure now from the on-call concrete machine of Aaron Donnelly. Donnelly still got some time left in the tank here. 25 laps remaining as he gets right up on the quarter of Blankenship. Wrap at the bottom. He'll take that spot away from the number 4 machine. Go P2 for the 31 of Aaron Donnelly. Donnelly still fighting, but he'll wrestle that spot away eventually down the backstretch now, and he sets his sights on the 57 of Chase Johnson. We've seen this battle a couple of times already this season, as we will most likely see it here in a couple of laps. 23 laps to go. Donnelly closing in as Chase Johnson closes in on Mikey Pfeiffer in the 70 machine. The Storm Racing, Alcova Mortgage, Illusion Wrap Chevrolets getting some company now. We're going to go down the backstretch past Pfeiffer, and that sets up a nice run for the 31 of Donnelly to get right up within about a half or 2.5 car and a half length away. They're going to come up on James Johnson in a couple of laps too here. We'll see if Johnson's able to get his machine out of the way for Johnson. Johnson and Johnson. 3 Johnsons on the track, but 2 of them are related. 1 is not. Just a little tidbit there is your leaders now go around James Johnson in the 9. Chase Johnson and Aaron Donnelly. With the battle here to the finish with 18 laps to go, you've got Donnelly moving to the inside of Chase Johnson. He's at the wheel. He's going door slamming off of 4. He put that right front tire right on the 57. There's no donut on there. That's a surprise as they're still side by side. Battling off of 4, coming across the stripe. We'll give it to Donnelly that time. So Aaron Donnelly will lead that lap. Looks like maybe the transponders
set up for Johnson as they went across the stripe there. Looked like Donnelly had it. Now Donnelly's clear in the 57 off of 4. But Johnson with the little crossover move to the inside look-see. Still hooked up on the bumper, but Donnelly able to muscle away from the grips of the 57. Chase has got to get up on the wheel a little bit harder if he wants to try to take that victory away from the on-call concrete. Once again, he gets out of shape going into turns 1 and 2, and the 31 will slip away from the grips once more. 14 laps to go, now 13 when your drivers hit the stripe here. And Aaron Donnelly in the on-call concrete machine looking to pick up once again in the Bugsy Repair victory lane. You had Father Chris Donnelly do it earlier tonight. Now side by side, Josh Blankenship wants a little bit more. He's looking for P2. Blankenship makes the pass on Johnson. Now, the number 4 machine, does he have enough left in the tank to run down the 31 of Aaron Donnelly? Donnelly's seemingly checking out up front. Ten laps remaining for your Truck and Thunder America Racer late model twin 50, the second of the night, the final race of the evening. Of course, if you're watching on FloRacing, you've got Cars West coming up next after this. A big shout out to FloRacing for coming out and providing some awesome footage of our local racing series along with the Cars Tour. Chris Donnelly looking to the inside of Eddie Johnson. That's going to be the spot for 5th, I believe. Unless they swapped it up on us, it looks like maybe, I mean, I've got Chase Johnson here on my screen is running 5th. He did say he was in the pink car. He's getting a little rub from Chris Donnelly as they go to turn 1 and 2. Not sure if that is actually Chase Johnson in the car or if they switched back and got Eddie in that car. If anything, Eddie's up there running in P3. As Blankenship got around the 57. Now side by side in contact and go around they go. I guess we'll find out right here which one of the Johnsons that is. As we know, it is Chris Donnelly in the 47. So still trying to get a little bit of clarification. I do believe that was Chase Johnson. That's what I got on my screen. That's what we're going to go with. Got a replay coming up here. Locking them down. A little bit of contact. Going around, locking them down. Just getting out of sorts going into one there a little bit, then resetting the car up there in the middle. Kind of got away from him. Johnson's right there to help him get it away all the way. We could all use a little help from our friends. That was certainly some help.
Who's your driver, folks? Choose a sober driver and buckle up. Big shout out to our official safe driving sponsor of Dominion Raceway. Who's your driver? We want to see you each and every race. We want to know who's your driver, not just on track, but to get you home safely. Choose a sober driver and buckle up. If you haven't gotten you nothing but cake, we've got them down on the 118 Bar and Grill. Take one home with you. You will be surprised. It probably won't make it to the refrigerator. It'll get eaten in the car on the way home, and we're not going to be mad at you for that. We get it. Grab you nothing but cake. We also have milkshakes, smoothies, slushies in the 118 Bar and Grill. I didn't want to give them a little plug earlier because the 118 Bar and Grill was so packed and so popping and so hopping that if I threw out any additional promos for the food, I'd probably just upset all of our hard-working staff members in the 118 Bar and Grill. We got to give them a big shout-out, folks. If you're hanging around still in the grandstands, you're in the 118 Bar and Grill, if you see one of our crew members in the 118, give them a high five, give them a little fist bump, tell them that you appreciate all their hard work. Thank you for keeping us fed on race day. We appreciate all of our teammates here at Dominion Raceway. Each and every teammate here at the track helps us put on this amazing show for you guys. We couldn't do it without all of us. It takes a team effort, and we appreciate all of the help that we get here. We also have some volunteers that come in and help out as well, so appreciate their hands in the mix. We're very grateful here at Dominion Raceway for all of the people that spend their time with us to make race days happen and successful. As the Illusion Wrap pace car cuts the lights, we get to go green flag racing. Truck and Thunder America Racer late models looking to finish it up with a strong showing from two of our top drivers, Aaron Donnelly, and I believe that's Eddie Johnson. Field is set to go, green flag. Donnelly gets in it hard at the stripe, and he gets a good run off the jump there as they go down the backstretch now. Donnelly squarely out front. Josh Blankenship looking like he's going to pull a move to the inside of the 57 machine. He does. He's going to pull up alongside Johnson. White flag for Donnelly as he's squarely out front the field. Everybody else sorting it out behind him, looking for second, looking for a podium. There's Kayla Searles looking for a podium as Donnelly crosses first. Searles will get third behind Johnson for second. Searles threw everything she had at it to get to the podium as Aaron Donnelly comes across the stripe victorious once again. His 6th win on the season. We'll talk to the on-call concrete driver in the Bugsy Repair Victory Lane coming up.
What an exciting race we saw for the Truck and Thunder America Racer late models. Aaron Donnelly picks up his 6th win of the season in race number 8. Driver 31 going to collect the checker flag and celebrate once again after tough luck in the first race tonight. He is finally going to get a chance to celebrate, going to pad the points lead as well. The Donnellys sweep here tonight in the American Racer late models. Of course, what a race we saw for the ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear. Manny Tyrell with a late race move on a restart gets to the lead and never looks back. A thrilling final few laps in round 7 of the 2026 Cars Tour season. And I speak for everyone when I say we cannot wait for the next event in North Wilkesboro, just a few weeks away. Round number 8 will be here before we know it. Aaron doing just what his father Chris did earlier. He is Celebrating, facing the fans, the Alan Kowicki Polish victory lap. Going to stop out there down the back straightaway. Salute some of the fans he recognizes. Share a special moment with them, and is going to come around and park it in Bugsy's Repair victory lane for, again, the 6th time this season. It's been a dominant year for the number 31 team. They just continue to get better. Had a little setback there mid-race, some contact with Kayla Searles, but was able to rebound very, very nicely and still finds his way to Bugsy's Repair victory lane. Place Aaron could probably find with his eyes closed. And as Aaron gets the hugs and congratulations from the crew, we'll send it to Bugsy's Repair victory lane and Brandon Fuller.
Down here in the Bugsy Repair victory lane, pulling his helmet off his head, the 31 machine of Aaron Donnelly, victorious 6 times on the season for the NASCAR Local Racing Series, powered by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Y'all make some noise for Aaron Donnelly, everybody. Dude, I expected a bigger smile with you hopping out the car. What happened out there?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously we blew it right front to first race, and finished top 3 was a good comeback. And then that second race, I don't know. I mean, we had the best car by far. When you run somebody down from a straightaway, you don't run them down the front stretch and just come across my nose into one. But that kind of pissed me off a little bit. I didn't really feel like that needed to happen. But that's what happens when you put a squirrel up front like that. So, but I want to thank my sponsors: On Call Concrete, Donnelly Concrete, Tanner Motors, Reynolds Chassis, all the guys. Jimmy getting the car back together after we blew that right front. Definitely eventful.
So the On-Call Concrete machine has picked up 6 times out of 7, I believe. Well, maybe 8. I'm doing some math. It's 6 out of 8, but 7 if you count Chris. What's going on with the On-Call Concrete machines? Y'all got them hooked up out here.
Jimmy Harden works on these things all the time to make them better, and it's like after that first race, he got it all back together where we needed to be and come out there. I was so happy for Dad the first race, man. I was like, I thought I could get back up there, and then I got into the 11, but had to go to the back again, and I got close to the front. I saw Dad and Chase going at it. They had a good battle, there at the end. I was roles reversed the first race. I was cheering him on from behind them, so that was really cool, man. It's cool we Dad both get a win on the same night.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations to you. One more time, who do you have to thank for this victory on FloRacing?
Oh, Mom, Dad, Truck and Thunder, the Outlaw Light. We need some of those down here in a little bit. All my family and friends on the backstretch in the stands. It's a packed place tonight. Everyone, the whole team, spotter, especially Jimmy Harden, man. He worked so hard on these cars, and it's a blast to drive.
Aaron Donnelly getting it done for the Truck and Thunder America Racer Late Model Division. Twin 50s on the night, and the Donnellys split the wins here with the On-Call Concrete machine. That'll do it for tonight's racing action, folks. Remember, next week we go back racing with Dad's Day at Dominion. I've got some cool stuff to give away. I've got some gift cards. I've got a jack from our friends at Hanover Tools. Somebody wants to go home with a floor jack? I've got one sitting on my desk, and it's going to be going home to a father next Saturday at Dad's Day at the Races.